Okay, welcome everybody. I'd like to call the meeting to order we've got an echo happening here. No worries at all. So at 9 o'clock, and we have two councillors who will not be here today, Councillors Clark and Shoemaker. But other than that, we do have quorum, so we'll go ahead. With that, Councillor Stone, would you mind reading the land acknowledgement, please?
I would. I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe under the terms of the Robertson-Huron Treaty Number 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred spaces, and take actions towards real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations.
Thank you very much. I'll move right along to the agenda. I have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. It is recommended that the General Committee meeting agenda dated Wednesday, March 27, 2024 be adopted as printed and circulated. All those in favour? And that carries. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we'll move right along. And we're going to go to our first one and only invited presentation. We have Stefan Krasnowowitz. We have one presentation, but we do have deputations, Sir Sepier. We hadn't got to the deputations yet, but thank you. I may have missed it. Stefan, welcome. And Stefan's from Hempson Consulting Limited, and we'll be talking about our development charges study. I see. I skipped. Stefan, I completely missed deputations. The clerk was sitting here going, deputations. And yeah, sorry about that. It totally my bad. And I was telling her that she was wrong. That's because I quickly went past sorry. So I have to start with deputation. Sorry about that. This is a fun way to start the meeting, all backwards. Okay, all right. Okay, I completely skipped deputations, and we do have a number of them. So starting with Lynn DeCaro. Welcome, Lynn, from Muskoka Community Foundation, and going to talk to us about the potential of an interesting fund. Over to you.
Right there? Okay, red means I'm good to go. Okay, all right, well, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Alcock, for this opportunity, and through you, thank you to the councillors for hearing my presentation on the development of a Huntsville-specific community fund. So, I'll just get going here. So this is all in your package. I won't spend a lot of time on the About Us part, but we've been an organized community foundation since 2007. And our goal is to help donors reach their philanthropic goals, to promote the work that they're hoping to do, and to promote the work of charities and the role they play in our community. We administer over $2 million across 20 endowed and flow-through funds. And since 2007, we have dispersed more than $2 million in grants throughout Muskoka and beyond. We've just added a new board member to our list that isn't on this current list, and that's Larry Jackson from Huntsville. He's just became an official board member last week. And just a little bit about our investment committee. They're comprised of individuals who volunteer their time and have community foundation experience and expertise in financial management and charitable giving. And their role is to assist the Muskoka Community Foundation by providing guidance and oversight of our current investment strategies, policies, and future considerations when we think about how we invest the funds that we administer. So just a little bit about community foundations. We are one of 200 community foundations from coast to coast to coast. And we're a national network of public foundations created by and for urban and rural communities to provide lasting support for local priorities. Community foundations are a recognized source of knowledge about local issues and are trusted for their ability to expertly manage donor funds. The priorities of the Muskoka Community Foundation are to provide personalized donor service, provide local expertise on the issues and needs of our communities, demonstrate impact through granting, and take a community leadership role by bringing different groups together to have conversations about sector-specific issues. So just a little bit about giving through the Muskoka Community Foundation. It starts with the donor, and anyone can be a donor. We have families that have come together to create funds. We have groups of volunteers that have come together to create funds. There's a misconception that you need to have millions and millions of dollars, and that's not true. We'll work with anyone to help them create a fund or a pathway to giving to support the community. So the chart that I've provided, which you all have a copy of, just demonstrates the role we take in kind of that cycle of supporting a donor through giving and then getting back out into the community and having those donor dollars make impact in the community. So the concept of a community fund is to help citizens of each municipality or township keep their charitable donations working in their own community. Donors participate in shaping the community's future by supporting the needs of their own community to create a legacy for generations to come. And so the Muskoka Community Foundation, individuals often think that if they start a fund with us, you know, they might not necessarily have control of where their donor dollars are going, that we may not be able to support specific projects within their community. And what we know from individuals who reside in Muskoka, who are new to Muskoka, who love the communities they live in and support, this is a really important opportunity to give them confidence that their donor dollars are supporting the area and issues that mean a lot to them. So grants from each community fund are dispersed only to projects within that municipality or township's boundary. Community funds are managed by a volunteer team, including a representative or representatives from the municipality or township. We have a grant review committee internally in the Muskoka Community Foundation, but a community fund, we'd ensure that there's representation from that community that sits on a specific granting review committee. And the community fund exists to enrich the quality of life for people of that community by supporting projects of not-for-profit charitable organizations that could involve food insecurity, education, recreation and culture, health and wellness, seniors, children, youth, etc. So the benefits that we see for the municipality by creating a community fund is by having a regular granting cycle. This can help reduce the number of delegations that come before council, reduce the time required to include multiple funding requests into the annual budget as you prepare to do that each year. And each community fund has as I mentioned, its own grant review committee, removing the possibility of bias in funding decisions, and remains arm's length from council and municipal staff. A community fund can support a broad range of community service organizations who are delivering programs and services to meet the specific needs of a community. The Muskoka Community Foundation presents an annual granting impact report to the municipality and the broader community, and this creates a pathway for donor engagement and gives those donors confidence that their charitable donations are working in their own community. It's also important to identify possible funding streams that can create a sustainable community fund. And these might include annual commitments from the municipality or township, donors who wish to make charitable gifts that support causes and needs in their own community that could include local businesses, seasonal residents, could include beneficiary of estate planning, one-time or regular contributions to that community fund. And the Muskoka Community Foundation works with that municipality or township to promote the creation and impact of the fund to leverage additional charitable contributions. So the goal is to grow the fund, that it can sustain itself for years to come to support the important work that's being done by the charitable sector in the community. So just as I mentioned earlier, there are many possible granting streams that can be identified, and we would want to work with each individual township or municipality to ensure that we've identified the needs and issues that are impacting your community. I think we can assume that they're pretty consistent across each township and municipality within the district, but there are still specific needs and requirements, and we'd want to make sure we weren't overlooking anything. So again, this can include food insecurity, education through bursaries or community education, whether it may be something to do with the environment, housing, recreation and culture, health and wellness, the environment, affordable housing, as I just mentioned. And as the community fund grows, there are a variety of granting streams that can be considered. This might be bursary programs that support individuals residing in the specific community. It could be annual calls for applications that address specific themes. It also could be special projects that address emergent or urgent needs within the community. And all of this would be done in consultation with municipal or township representatives, along with the identified grant review committee for that particular community fund. So the role that the Muskoka Community Foundation takes when administering a community fund is fund promotion, donor management and engagement, financial management of the community fund, establishing a grant review committee, adjudicating of grant applications, awarding grants to successful applicants, collating project progress reports, annual reporting on impact of the community fund to the municipality or township, and celebrating that impact of successful projects with the broader community. And we find that's a really important piece that ties closely with donor engagement, is donors want to see the impact of their donor dollars, and we think that's really important, especially in the context of a community fund, that the community really be active in celebrating what their donor dollars are accomplishing. And this is just, I'm not sure how I'm doing for time, but this is just a little bit. Oh, 1 minute? Okay. So just a little bit about how we have supported organizations throughout the community. And these are just pictures of some of our grant presentations we've made over the last 2 years. We administer the Cocoa Bear Fund with Sherry Dubois. The Norway Point Community Church is a perfect example of a community group that flows funding through us to support food insecurity programs throughout Muskoka. We administer the Stan Darling Environmental Education Fund. And just this past year, we had 2 donors from the North Muskoka area that supported the Shania Kids Can Club at Irwin Memorial Public School. And of course, I think you've all received a copy of our 2023 Vital Signs, and this is an important tool we use to not only understand the needs in our community, but also to be able to report those needs back to donors and have those conversations about how their donor dollars can make impact. And I think I'm coming, there we go, 3 seconds. Perfect.
Perfect timing. Look at that. 0, 0, 0. Wow. Lynn, thank you very much. Great presentation. I love this idea, but I'm going to ask committee if they have any questions. Yes, Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Lynn, through you, Your Worship, for what your whole organization does. It's obviously having an impact, a huge impact. We hear all about what you guys are doing. Question, 2 things on the grant opportunities. You mentioned wellness, community wellness, as well as housing. What would be an example of something? Would it be somebody coming to build an affordable housing project, or somebody that needs some seed money for a development? How would that be dealt with?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Morrison, through you, Mayor Alcock. Yes is the answer to that. We would want to, first of all, our obligation at the Community Foundation is to make sure any organization we support is in good standing with the CRA, that they have a good reputation of fulfilling projects and programs within that community. And I think, yes, housing could be a number of organizations. Just a couple of examples. It could be finding a way to support the Community Land Trust, which we've worked with, and that could be, looking for ways to flow those funds for those special projects. It could be working more with the individual organizations that would benefit through housing builds, like what the Land Trust is promoting. So that could be community living, supporting organizations like that. So There are some considerations in terms of grants flowing through to registered charitable organizations at this time. So we do have to make sure that that happens, but there are lots of opportunities for not-for-profits and charitable organizations to collaborate on these types of projects. So we would certainly consider those.
Quick question, Lynn. If the town proceeded and did, through you, set up this sort of funding program, I think you said it, we'd have representation on the granting committee. That's
Yes, yeah, our initial idea, and of course this is, we'd want to work with the township or the municipality to ensure that we have the correct members, but our initial idea is that we would put out a call for applications to have most likely 2 volunteers sit on the, let's say for sake of argument, the Huntsville Community Fund
Right,
Grant Review
right,
Committee.
right.
And they would work closely with us. We would provide the Grant Review Committee with information on how much we have available to grant, previous granting history, any identified themes or specific issues that we've identified with the town that should be considered when granting. We would develop the request for applications, that type of thing. So yes, it would be really important that it's not just the Muskoka Community Foundation,
Right.
that there is also representation from the community as well.
And that's great, thank you. And it leads into the second question, which is if you have a donor who says, I want to contribute, I really want it to go to, and there's a way of doing that, right?
Yeah, so you know, the idea of creating this type of fund is that it's built to be sustainable and carry on. And so we would look at an endowed funding model. However, we do know that there are individuals that, you know, want to flow that money perhaps through a community fund, but want to support housing or arts and culture. So and that's kind of more the technical piece on our end, but we would just create a flow through fund where that donor, we would encourage that donor to perhaps contribute to the general community fund as well, but we could take a portion of a gift and flow that through for specific projects. We still have to vet the organizations that would be supported through that gift, but it is something we can do. Yeah.
That's great. It sounds a bit like the whole United Way concept to me. You know, you give to the United Way, and then there are all of the granting committees. And anyway, that's just Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Lynn. Thank you, Lynn, for the presentation and for the good works that the fund does. But my thing, and maybe I'm a bit nerdy, but I really, really look forward to that the Muskoka Vital Signs report.
Yes.
It comes out every 2 years, and if you haven't had a chance to take a look at it, it is absolutely amazing the amount of information that's in there and how vital it is to our community. And really, like you said, it gives you a snapshot of what is coming in the future, that what we've done in the past as well. So if you haven't had a chance to look at it, take a look at it. But thank you for the work that you do, Lynn.
Thank you.
Any other? I don't think. Okay, Lynn, here at the end of our meeting, we'll be discussing all of the different deputations. So at the end of the meeting, we'll decide what we're doing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Everyone.
All right, moving right along. We have Ross Clark from the Huntsville High School with respect to the proposed scoreboard at Conroy Park. And there he is. Hi, Ross. Welcome.
Thank you. Is there a way to put that slide up? Yeah, there's just the 2 of them there. Good morning, Mayor Alcock and council members, fellow community members. Thank you for fitting in my deputation. That's okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Do you want to swap spots?
Sure. Thank you for fitting in my deputation. It's short notice. This is an item that I think you've already reviewed, is my understanding, in October, if not before. My name's Ross Clark. I'm the current head of the phys ed department and the athletic director representing Huntsville High School for the last 20 years. I'm an active community volunteer coach in several minor sports organizations, including minor soccer, minor lacrosse, Huntsville Hurricane basketball, and Muskoka Mayhem Volleyball Club for a short spell. I'm speaking to you this morning to discuss the previous request to support the town, for the town council to support a proper scoreboard installation at Conroy Park. as well as clarify some specific details of this request to the town. This morning, just in short, I have 3 areas I'd like to present. First, I'd like to clarify the overall costing of the scoreboard that the town council received last October. The number that was presented at that time was astronomically wrong. It's my understanding that the town was asked to support the installation of the board for a cost of $91,000. The formal paperwork that I provided at that time, as you can see, there's on this that you can see in your slide, this was provided last year, was $76,492. That's a difference off the top of $14,508. Second, as you're aware, Huntsville High School is in a unique relationship with the town regarding the use of the facility at Conroy Park. Whereas the town owns and maintains the property at this location, but Huntsville High School has unrestricted use to that space on the turf field and tennis courts during the hours of 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. for curriculum delivery and the use of our sports fields for our teams that we field from Huntsville High School. I understand when seeking a proposition like this to put infrastructure onto a town council property that's in partnership with Huntsville High School and the Trillium Lakelands District School Board, it creates a different element of how we have to work together with policies and procedures that are there that, to be fair, I don't know the lane that we're supposed to stay in. I don't know how that's supposed to work together. And so as the person who's been there for a couple of decades and trying to provide opportunities and infrastructure, like improving the school gym floor, for example, and putting new weight room facilities in that space, and put pride in our Huntsville High School that we have in our community, and to bring events into our town, I think it's important that we understand that with good facility, the whole philosophy, if you build it, they will come, right? And it's not just Huntsville Hoyas that go on that piece of property. I mentioned that I've been involved with Huntsville Minor Soccer. They are a huge contributor to youth sport in our community. Huntsville Minor Lacrosse, just to name a couple. At this time, I have several corporate sponsors that are willing and interested to be part of this project, which can greatly reduce the initial cost to the town. However, I need support and guidance of the town council to confidently move forward. I also wonder if after permission to move forward, if this requires it to be more of a town-led project due to the fact that we have this relationship. I'm happy to be in there, but I don't know how much I can do without sitting beside someone who's going to be able to guide me through the policies and processes. I certainly don't want to overstep my boundary, that's for sure. I'm concerned that without timely permission from the town to move forward with this project, we may lose the support of these corporate sponsors who are prepared to support me at this time. There's several budget lines that I would like to draw your attention to, and they're not in any particular order, but closer to the bottom on the installation portion at the bottom of that quote. Running required power to the scoreboard location from the field house for a budget line of $7,500. So Lakeland Power is prepared to support and sponsor this item with bearing the required conduit from the field house scoreboard location, as well as using their master electrician to make the necessary connections to the panel. Another line there is the single bore hole test and GEO report, $2,800. I've got some great conversations with some council members and some people working with the town with me as well, that we're seeking to see if this item has already been done, if we have a borehole test. And this is required to put the foundation support to adequately support the structure of the scoreboard. Third one down there is stamped engineering drawings and commitment to general review by a professional engineer for a $3,000 touch. It's required to support the scoreboard, and I don't know if with our professional folks in our community, if we can find a way to take that item off the list as well. The other large item is a turnkey installation for the excavation, concrete pour, rebar and erection of the scoreboard, and full connection and test for $27,800. Another corporate sponsor that I've spoken to, and this is where I kind of stopped and I reached out to a couple of councillors to say, what's the next best move here? Is I spoke to a red seal stone mason who would be on board to prepare the base, kind of work with the town to do some of that excavation work and pour the concrete to get it prepared to put the steel structure up. Then we get into the issues of bringing another contractor in on town property, doing town work for the school board and all that messy cross business. Lastly, I wanted to break down some current actual costing of the scoreboard, as there are items that were not disclosed last October and recent revisions from the quote from Nevco. I didn't have that until yesterday from Nevco. Paul Lescu is the man that's running that operation. First, Huntsville High School has been able to generate athletic legacy monies from volunteers bringing provincial level athletic events into our community. My former colleague John Cowan, as well as myself, have hosted OFSA High School championships in Nordic ski and boys volleyball. Together, we have an internal account budget line of $20,000 that we're able to put towards this project. That was not disclosed last October. Further, I have the support from both Huntsville Minor Soccer and Huntsville Minor Lacrosse, and I'm hoping for approximately $4,000 to $5,000 from each of those organizations, which is unconfirmed as of this morning. But hopefully at the low end, I have another $8,000. Also, I have some community sponsors who would like to donate to the initiative in return for their corporate logos to be displayed on the scoreboard. I have approximately another $10,000 from these supporters. Nevco I've asked them to sharpen the pencil, and they've made available to me the exact scoreboard at a significantly reduced price, which was delivered to them in error for another customer. It's sitting in their warehouse. Original cost of the scoreboard, as you can see on that line, was $21,816, and I was offered the same model for $13,000, another savings of $8,816. If the town can provide the required borehole test, that's a savings of $2,800. If we can work together for an engineering stamp, that's another savings of $3,000. And if we can offer Lakeland Power permission to do their work in partnership with the town and the school board, that's another savings of $7,500. So if we look at the original quote of $76,492, less all the aforementioned amounts, what's left of the balance is $16,376. So the original ask of $91,000 is quite astronomical. So what is my ask of the town? After clarifying here, I'd like to have you discuss and confirm the rules around corporate sponsors working on site, the stonemason and foundation, as well as Lakeland Power in particular. Confirm the rules around displaying corporate logos on the scoreboard for their support, in return for their support, financial support and work. Confirm if we have a single borehole test on file that we can provide and use. Confirm if the town can provide the required engineering. In a perfect world, I'd like to get approval from the town to proceed with the supply and install of the scoreboard in 2024. However, I would be open to an intermediate solution, such as to install the base and wiring in 2024 with the scoreboard install in 2025 should council approve contribution towards the project in a further budget meeting. I think in short, it's not just a Huntsville High School initiative here. I represent Huntsville High School this morning, but I've been an active member of the community in minor sport, and I know what it does when we have infrastructure. I know what I'm able to host as the athletic director at Huntsville High School because we have a turf field. With the infrastructure, we can bring extra events to our town. I think when Conroy Park first went in and the turf field first went in, there was some things that are still missing from that agreement when we moved from the Huntsville High School lookout field as our primary go-to field space for curriculum delivery and moving it to Conroy Park. We're still looking for those things, and I'm not sure how many years we're in. I think we're 12. And so I'd like to close the loop on some of these things before I retire. And someone else going to have to take the reins here. But I think my initiative is to put it there for kids and put things in place so we can host events with a little professionalism in our community. Thank you for your time this morning.
Ross, thank you very much for a fantastic overview. And certainly you're right, the numbers are very different from what we actually saw before. So I will ask a committee. Yes, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Ross. Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you so much for clarifying and bringing the numbers down. Within the context of what you were talking about, was there any discussion with Trillium Lakelands School Board to contribute to this as well? I know you'd mentioned the $20,000 that's from the high school itself, but is there any contribution from the board on any level?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, there is a request to the town, and I've asked. The way it went actually was it went through my principal to the superintendent and to the director. I think it's the superintendent of business and administration for the board, and they're visiting what happens when the school board pays for a piece of infrastructure, but then the town assumes ownership to that. So does that look like it's a donation to the town? Like if we change the unique relationship and we said that the Trillium Lakeland District School Board owned the property at Conroy Park, the school board would pay for, operate, and maintain that scoreboard. But now that's not the case. As soon as something is installed there, the board, and I'm speaking a bit out of turn because I haven't heard back. I believe the gentleman's name is Tim Ellis, who's working on that with Kim Williams as our superintendent, but I have to confirm that. But is it a donation to the town of Huntsville for this operation? But it's for Huntsville High School. So it's a very sticky, interesting way to navigate. Like at Gravenhurst High School, for example, they own the property behind their school. So if they want to fly a scoreboard up there, they can raise the money and go. And Huntsville High School, I believe, internally we've done our part. Like I've got a check ready to go for 20 grand, but we're in this amazing relationship, right? Where I have great facility that's not quite done, but we can't move forward as a school despite doing our part. And it's the lag piece that we're like, hey, can we do this? And you see on the scoreboard there, we want to put Huntsville Minor Lacrosse there and partner with them, and Huntsville Soccer. So when they go for their practice times, they can light up that board. When they invite someone over for a scrimmage even, it doesn't have to be a formal tournament per se, but they have full access to that board. And I think it's the next step, right? And I'm partnering with Huntsville Minor Soccer most recently, and I know that there was a similar type of request from Huntsville Soccer about player benches and bleachers and just trying to finish the space. And I think it's time. I'm hoping that we have your support. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Your Worship, and thanks, Ross, for coming. Very thorough report, and you've obviously put a lot of time and effort into this, and I think that when we discuss it later, that I would certainly like to support this and see if we can make it happen. Good work, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
I think there may be opportunity for more corporate sponsorship too, just as gifts and not naming. So we can probably rattle a few more pockets.
Amazing.
Okay, Ross, I wanted also to say that it's really nice when people present with options, right? And that's always helpful when you're trying to decide how to move forward. So thank you for that. And as I mentioned to Lynn, we'll deal with the deputation requests at the very end of the meeting. So, oh, sorry, Councillor Morrison. Yeah.
Just have a quick question, Ross, and thanks again, very thorough. I guess the problem is right now, you don't even have permission to install it, even if it was free. Like, even if it was no charge at all, you're not allowed because we have to go through the processes. So, and those processes take some time. And we also have to look at staff allocation and what time we have available and who's available. But is it reasonable to say that if we could move forward with some kind of permission to proceed, that the timing can be sorted out based on staff availability and whatnot? Like if maybe it isn't spring, maybe it's fall, maybe it's next year, but would it help you lock up your sponsorship if you had permission to move forward despite the time frame?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I want to say I believe so. I think when I sit on the phone and I talk to Lakeland Power and I get, passed along up the chain and then back down to their master electrician, and he says, Ross, I've been over there. Let me know the next step. And I don't know what I can offer him in return is the first thing. Like, can I put Lakeland Power logo on an additional banner, sponsorship banner on here? Is that allowed from town rules, policies, and procedures? So this is where I need to partner with somebody to say, hey, if it's got, hey, can you check for me? Can we do this? What does that look like? Can I actually even say to Lakeland, we're going to put your logo up there forever on this scoreboard? But there's a rule against that. So that's one. Two, can they roll in with their ditch witch and bury a conduit cable? Is that somebody who just offers permission to say yes, and they're going over with our park staff and they supervise that installation? So those are the stumbling blocks. So if I get support, I think that's part of the big ask, I think. Can I get a buried wire over there, and can we do that this year? Because if I don't respond back, I think my concern is that, like, Lakeland's a big outfit. So do they move on, or do they just, earmark that and file that for 2025? And so, in the order of operations, I think from that installation is we test the ground, we pour the base, then we run the conduit, and then it's just a matter of tipping it up. So thank you for the question.
Thank you, Ross. Okay.
Thank you for your time this morning.
Yeah, exactly. All right, our third presentation, Luke Howell. Welcome, Luke, from the Huntsville Mountain Bike Association, and going to talk to us about the Hidden Valley Bike Trails.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. Thank you, councillors, for welcoming me to your meeting this morning. My name is Luke Howell. I'm the Vice President of the Huntsville Mountain Bike Association. We've been in existence for since 2018 and have grown to have 3 distinct trail networks in the town of Huntsville. We have over 400 members annually, and we're fortunate to have a partnership with the town of Huntsville for one specific trail network. That allows for public access all summer long to community members and visitors to our great town. I'm here today to ask for support to host a Canadian Enduro Series mountain bike race at the Hidden Valley Trail Network on July 13th. An enduro race is a race format with a marked course and only specific segments that are timed within the course. The overall winner is obviously the one with the shortest time. Our hope is for over 120 participants with a combination of strong local ridership as well as racers from all over Canada. Previous Canadian Enduro events have had a direct economic benefit of over $100,000 for the event alone, with spin-off of $500,000 to $1 million. Insurance for the event would be covered through the Huntsville Mountain Bike Association for an event-specific insurance policy, and all riders would be covered through waivers signed. We hope to work with the HMATA and Muskoka tourism groups to promote this event and utilize cycling as another tourism driver for Huntsville. This event would validate our efforts to build a trail system in Huntsville and shows the appetite for cycling and the great economic benefits beyond just use of community members. Thanks.
Wow, that you have 8 minutes and 42 seconds left.
Well,
I mean,
I am promoting a race.
you could maybe transfer that over to another deputant who might need the time or
I
something.
like to be efficient.
Wow, that's fantastic. And I want to say thank you to you and the association for creating such a great facility. I've heard nothing but fantastic things about it.
Thank you.
So thank you for that. Are there questions from committee? Yes, Councillor Morrison.
Very excited. I love when people come to the table and they're doing all the work and spending the time and money. I know your build days are huge and it's a lot of volunteer driven thing. It sounds like you have a bit of a deadline as far as when you have to put this application forward. Is it like, when do you need an answer? You really just need permission from us to give support, right? A letter of support. When do you need that by?
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, so the challenge is that with the Canadian Enduro Series, they need an answer by April 1st. This has all come to fruition fairly last minute, which is why we're here asking for support. We have been fortunate to be working with the town staff who have been receptive to the idea. Unfortunately, we just need to get an answer fairly soon so we can keep moving forward and hopefully grow and promote this.
And that letter, sorry to interrupt, Councillor Morrison, that letter would be a letter from the mayor? Would they?
So the way the trail agreement's structured is that between the ski hill, the HMBA, and the town, we
Yep.
all need to sign off on event-specific
Right, okay. So
for
only-
events specifically rather. So we have a signed agreement from the ski hill saying
Yep.
they promote the event. Obviously we like it because we want to have it happen. So we're just looking for the town support to check
sign
mark the
off.
box and say, yeah, this is a great idea. Can we please make this happen?
I don't think this is going to be a big one. So just saying, I'm only one around the table, but as Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Simone. Do you need a seat application for this, or can they just go ahead?
We have been talking with our insurer just to make sure that we're covered, and all we need to do is have a separate agreement for this particular event, so that is included in the motion.
Apparently, we have a motion all ready to go. That's even better.
Super.
That's good. Okay. Are there any other questions for Luke? Yes, Councillor Morrison.
I'll make this one quick. I know from my speaking with one of your more active members, Buck Miller, He has told me many times that Mayor Alcock and previous council have been huge supporters of yours, and obviously we would be the same. I guess I wonder is, what are you guys doing now, and what can we do with events like this and in the future to help grow mountain biking in our town? Because I go to many towns, been to Tremblant, it's huge, and you go to other places like Vermont, and it's huge. You guys are just one organization. Is there anything that we can do that doesn't cost us money necessarily, that can help you guys grow the organization?
Thanks, Councillor. So yeah, we have actually a separate project right now for trail expansion at the ski hill. We're learning that what we've built is great, but the bigger it is, the better it is. You know, local community members love what we have. We want more. And we're at a little bit of a tipping point where it's not quite a big enough a venue, not quite big enough of a venue to entice people to come and spend a weekend here and enjoy the facilities. We're a little bit too small, so we're working towards a trail expansion. The other thing is we'd love to work more with the town to promote it. We'd love to be in the leisure guide. We'd love to see any sort of joint marketing efforts we could make so we can get more community members on those trails, using them, enjoying them, and celebrating what we have in this great town.
Great question and great answer. Thank you. Also very helpful and certainly something I think is quite doable.
Super.
All right.
Well,
Okay. Thanks, Luke.
thank you very much.
Terrific. Okay, we do have another deputation from Larry Ross, and Larry is joining us, I think, through Zoom. Am I correct, Natalie? Yep. Perfect. And Larry wants to talk to us about the original road allowance at 194 Clark's. And we do have a staff report on that later in the meeting, so. Welcome, Larry. We can see you. Can you hear us? Nope.
Yes, I can. Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name's Larry Ross, and I'm here to present on a road allowance closure that I recently applied for. So just wondered if someone could pull up the PowerPoint presentation.
Larry, we're working on it. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
We're paying attention, I swear. Okay, we have it.
Okay, great. Thank you. So first of all, I'd just like to thank staff for their assistance. Everyone I've interacted with on this file has been an absolute pleasure to deal with. So I just wanted to say that first. So the second slide here is just the purpose of this is just to orient committee. So the property that my company owns is right in the heart of Utterson. You'll see Clark's Lane, and then that road on the right-hand side is Muskoka Road. So this property will eventually be phase 2 of the Hampton Woods subdivision. You'll see phase 1 there on your left. And the road allowance that I've applied for is shown there in red, and it's approximately 670 meters long. So next slide, please. So on this slide, you'll see that road allowance is, there's a nice dry portion that's shown in red there. And then the balance of the road allowance is underwater, essentially. It's in a beaver pond. So again, just for the purposes of orientation. Next slide. And the portion of the road allowance that I've applied for is this small triangle at the corner. So you'll see that the property doesn't quite touch Old Muskoka Road. It just touches on the road allowance. And the purpose of this application is just to get enough road allowance to be added to the property to allow for the installation of a driveway. And also, it would give it enough frontage to eventually create a buildable lot. Next slide, please. So the portion of the property that I want to talk about today is this 5-acre parcel shown in orange. And this particular piece is completely separated from the rest of the main property because there's a creek running down the boundary of this property, and the banks are quite high on both sides. So this property is not reachable by road from the main portion of the subdivision. So the only way to access this property would be to come in from Old Muskoka Road. And as it sits right now, this property is unbuildable. It's not developable. It's just going to sit there as surplus land. So my thinking was I'm a developer, but I'm semi-retired. I'm hoping to actually retire soon. And as part of my activities, about 6 or 8 months ago, I joined Habitat for Humanity as a more or less full-time employee. So I'm the director of project development for the local Habitat affiliate now. And I thought I understood the challenge of affordable housing before, but now that I'm completely embedded in that world, you really get a good sense of the overwhelming challenge of creating affordable housing. So my thought for this parcel was, could we do something interesting with it in terms of affordable housing? And my first thought was it would be an ideal location, I think, and an ideal property for a tiny home community. So that's one possibility. The other one is in my endeavors with Habitat, we're working with a modular manufacturer who has a micro fourplex, which is very efficient to build, relatively inexpensive, and makes a great model for affordable rentals. So the intention of coming forward with this application is to see if we can make this into a lot that can be a buildable lot. It's actually a very nice piece of property, and it's in a great location because it's just across the road from the Little Utterson Park, walking distance to the hall, and so on. So what I'd like to do is, maybe there's a group out there that would be interested in doing a tiny home community. And I would look at possibly working with them, donating the land, that type of thing. So that's my thinking. Next slide, please. So again, this is just sort of reiterating. The other concern I have here is, if you look at the 3 properties that are adjacent to the road allowance, they're outlined there in purple. So there are 3 houses existing there. And I understand from staff that their position is that they'd like me to buy the whole road allowance. So one of the concerns I have is these 3 neighbors are going to lose their privacy that they're enjoying right now. And they have the ability right now to walk out the back and go up to the beaver pond and watch the beavers. And if we have to close this entire road allowance, then we take that privilege away from them. So the other concern, and I've run into this before with respect to this type of activity, is that if the town recommends closing the whole road allowance, and then we do the survey and we find that one of those adjacent properties has a structure that was inadvertently located on the road allowance, such as a well or maybe part of a garage or something, then that kiboshes the whole process. So then what do? Does the town go back to them and say, well, you have to buy your portion of the road allowance? It makes a very, very difficult situation. So with the small portion in red that I've requested, as you can see, we won't interfere with those neighbors. We won't run those risks. So next slide, please. So this just shows the calculations, and I understand my calculations are actually wrong here. In your staff report, you'll see that the total cost of the road allowance that they're recommending is $107,000. And then if we add that to legals and survey, etc., it gets very, very expensive. So the number that I show here is actually low. The requested portion that I show is will cost roughly $20,000. So the long and the short of it is, with my goal of trying to develop affordable housing here, we obviously need to keep the costs as low as we can. And if I have to spend $150,000 to close up that road allowance, then it makes my goal of creating affordable housing impossible. And unfortunately, I'll just have to abandon this property and move on to the next one. So that's all I have. Thanks for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that, Larry. It's really nice to see you. Every time we do, you always come forward with something that's interesting. So, and once again, this is interesting. So I am going to ask committee if there are any questions while we have you, because you know the drill. We will discuss this at the end of the meeting when we talk about our specific deputations. I can see Councillor Morrison has a question.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and through you, and nice to see you again, Larry. So looking at, I understand where the staff is coming from on this, because with Bob and I on the Town-Owned Lands Working Group, we're trying not to have any more orphan pieces of land, because that falls into our inventory, then we have to declare surplus, and then they can't access it, and we have little pieces all over this community, which is causing headaches down the road, long-term planning. So I know where the staff's coming from in this. I completely get where you're coming from in this. There is an option, I wonder if you could speak to whether you'd be interested in it, where you could get an appraisal of the value of the road allowance. And the value of that road allowance is not much. I mean, if you had it appraised, I'm sure it wouldn't be much more than $5,000 or $10,000. And then it wouldn't end up costing the $150,000 and would accomplish the staff's wishes of having the road allowance closed. Is that something, Larry, that we could entertain? And then, of course, the abutting property owners would have access or rights to buy 33 feet of it. Just want to know your thoughts on that option, Larry.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Morrison, and through you, Mayor Alcock. I have looked at that option, and in my discussions with some local appraisers, they're first of all very reluctant to do appraisals on road allowances, and secondly, in the appraisal world, you need to have what's called comparable sales in order to justify your numbers, your values. So there aren't many sales of this type of property, as you can imagine. And without comparable sales, it's very difficult for them to justify lower numbers. So although the appraisal option is available in the bylaw, from a practical point of view, it's very difficult to obtain. So that's point number one. The second point is, if I have to survey that entire road allowance, the survey cost alone will be roughly $25,000 to $30,000, and then we add that to the legal cost of $10,000 to $15,000. So even if the appraisal was available, let's say $20,000, the numbers really jump up there. And the other point is, with respect to the neighbors, if I purchase that entire road allowance and add it to my property for insurance purposes, I need to put up no trespassing signs and try to keep everybody off there. And I don't want to do that. You know, I don't want the extra property. I want them to continue to enjoy their privacy. I don't want to create problems for them. So that's why that option, in my mind, is potentially really problematic.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship, and thanks, Larry, for bringing this forward. I totally understand your point of view, and I think that if we could come to some kind of arrangement where this is definitely going to be affordable housing, and we have to think outside the box to make this happen. So, do we allow the purchase of the 330 square meters at the reduced price, and gift the remaining road allowance through survey for $1 to each of the other 3 residents? We've created the possibility of 10 new homes, micro homes, on this 5-acre parcel. So, I think I'd be willing to send staff back to come up with an agreement that would support what I just suggested, and we've met everyone's goals there, I think. So thanks for bringing it forward, and hopefully you're amenable to that.
Did you want to respond to that, Larry, or that's okay?
Yeah, again, I'm really open to whatever works for the town, the residents, the neighbors. So I'm open to anything, any possibility. I'm just, in the affordable housing world, we have to start with inexpensive land. It's just mandatory. So if we can accomplish something, I am completely open to talking about it.
Okay, that's great. Deputy Mayor Armour?
Well, thank you, Worship. Through you, sort of agree with Councillor Fitzgerald on this, but also at the same time, I'm thinking that road allowance could remain. If you're going to build affordable housing or tiny homes in that area, that'd be a great buffer between you and those residents already living there. So not really sure, but I think that's a great buffer.
I think I hear what you're saying, and I think really a further discussion as to how we make it work. But I think the intent, certainly, if you are committed to creating affordable housing, whatever it looks like in that location, and I can imagine it would be a fantastic location, actually, for all of the reasons you said. So it sounds like there are different ways we might be able to get there. Are there any other questions? Okay, Larry, thanks for the presentation, and you know the drill later on in the meeting. All right? Oh,
Thanks, everyone.
okay. Bye. Okay, I all of a sudden I thought, I have a whole bunch, many more questions, but no, they were just actually being polite and saying goodbye.
Okay, thanks, everyone. Have a good day.
Bye. All right. We have one last deputation, and that in person. Kelly, are you coming forward? We have Kelly Ebbs from the Muskoka Good Food Co-op. Great. Last but she can't present. She can't. Okay. All right. It's your talking points. All right. Kelly, welcome.
Thank you so much. And thank you, everybody. Can you hear me?
No, you have to press the button and a little red light comes on.
Oh, push the
That's
button.
it.
There we
You're
go.
on.
Okay. I'm going to use talking points only because I tend to, when I'm on the fly, I tend to rant. So this, it seems like I've been doing like a kind of consistent every 2-year deputation to the town, which has been wonderful because it allows me an opportunity to update everybody on what's going on with the Good Food Co-op in town. First, I would really like to thank all of you for inviting us to speak to the council about the Good Food Co-op today. And I'd also like to thank there's 4 board directors sitting behind me for coming and supporting and attending as well. I would just like to add that we have a very highly skilled and multifaceted board right now of 12 different people from our community who are absolutely amazing. 10 of the 12 are women, which I also would like to point out because that's very rare for a board of directors in Canada. It's certainly been a while since our organization has had the opportunity to present, with the last time being a Zoom presentation when people weren't meeting in person at the time. And I'm just wondering, has the council changed since then? So it's very different faces, some familiar, but yes. Okay.
No,
Yeah.
a number and
a couple familiar.
One of the new ones is not here today, but yeah, we have a
Okay.
number of new.
Awesome.
faces.
Okay, that's
Yep.
great. So at the time, our presentation was about food security, about national food distribution, and about food shortages that we were really significantly experiencing in that moment. and about an innovative solution that the Good Food Co-op had come up with to address the concerns with the introduction of our modular farm. So in about 2 years ago, we were able to acquire a really sizable grant from the federal and provincial governments to purchase a 40-foot modular farm, which anyone familiar with what these are? They're kind of becoming a little bit more popular, so more communities have them now, and they're on the news, and people are talking about them. We were looking for a piece of land to place this farm. We had actually 2 of them. We do have 2 of them. They're both 40 feet long. They're large containers. They required, accessible power. There was a lot of needs associated with these. I requested with the town to possibly search for a place that may be town-owned to be able to place these in more centralized, more accessible to the community, et cetera. I know the town staff worked really hard to try and find a place, and we went back and forth many, many times. They were wonderful, as your past presenter said, really wonderful to work with, but it came right down to there's no place for these containers in our inventory. So our wonderful landlord, Mike Harrower, came to us to the rescue and said, we have a piece of property that's about 100 meters adjacent to the food co-op on Crescent Road. Currently, it's sitting empty or being used by, just for little things. You can put your containers there. So there was only one ideal location on that property to put them. And unfortunately, about 5 feet of one of our containers was going to encroach on a piece of town easement. So there's a power line that runs through the side, down the side of the property. And because of the access into his property, there was just no other place to put it. So we went through the proper routes with the town council, or with the town, to get the permit to place the container. Like I said, it's about 5 feet that goes onto the town land. At the time, we paid permit fees and did all of those processes. So every year since then, so this is year 2 now. So last year we were presented with a fee, for an occupation fee for having that container on that little parcel of land, about $1,200. And when I, just so everybody understands, the Food Co-op is a not-for-profit organization. We run these modular farms at cost recovery. There's pretty much zero profit, but there is job creation and there is massive food production happening. So, it's a trade-off. That $1,200 represents having to sell over 600 pounds of lettuce coming out of that farm. Okay, so just so you can kind of see where the burden comes to us from this fee. We approached the town last year in the ways you're supposed to, with letters and permission and things like that, to ask for a waive of this fee. And the response was, apply for the small community grant, which is a town granting process, and you'll get it, and then you'll give it back to us, and that'll pay your fee. So I just kind of thought, okay, well, we'll do it. It seems ridiculous, but we'll do it. So we did it, and we paid the town with the town's money. So, well, with our money, but the town's money. And so I thought, okay, year 2, we've been presented with this fee again. So I went through the process of writing the letters and trying to have this fee waived in perpetuity as well, so that this isn't an annual occurrence. And again, was presented with the opportunity to apply for the grant. And that's where I kind of just put my foot down and said, I need to speak to somebody who can actually make a higher level decision on this. Because for one, the redundancy of having to do that is, nobody has time for that. The town time, the co-op time. The other thing is we're taking $1,000 away from another organization that could be using that money for something good to further their own missions. And I really think that it is it's a symbolic issue here, that the town is not really aligning with their official plan. And if you have read the official plan, which I'm sure you have, it's hundreds of pages long, but there is a section called Healthy Communities, and there is a section 1.2 that's about local food. And I can read it to you if you want. You can also maybe bring it up when you're speaking later on about decision making to see how that decision may be aligning with your official plan. Because, you know, in reading it, I think you'll understand where I'm coming from. And it's wonderful. Like when I read it, I was like, oh, thank goodness the town has got this mandate to support and advocate for local food and for the organizations that also do that. So now here I am asking for a waive of that fee in perpetuity. That is my ask today. I do want to also tell you that we have just received a second large grant from the federal government to buy a second modular farm. So now our town is going to be probably the only town in Ontario that has the ability to grow food 12 months of the year at a nonprofit level so that we can continue to feed our people. And we are looking at massive food cost crisis right now, as we all know, and the carbon tax hasn't even hit us yet. So when you consider that we're growing this food 100 meters away from our co-op store, there is no carbon tax involved in that. The only carbon tax that will be involved in it is our hydro bill, which is huge to run those things. So that's our biggest cost aside from the cost of wages to run it. But we are really, really doing our best to try and make food and healthy food that's not sprayed with chemicals accessible to our community. And the burden that this fee in particular places on us is actually hugely felt. And so I would just like to also say that so I didn't even follow my notes. Isn't that hilarious? Oh my gosh. I just want to say that the purpose of creating strategic plans, as we all know, is to develop the conditions that will allow us to develop vibrant communities. And they're communities that people want to live in and they want to move to when they are vibrant and rich and economically stable. We have people coming into the co-op all the time who tell us that when they moved up to Muskoka, they had a lot of different locations in mind, and that the reason they ultimately chose Huntsville was because of the existence of the food co-op. That's pretty sizable to think about. But when people care about where their food comes and what they comes from and what they eat, and they see that our community has an opportunity to access and to support our local food economy in the way that we do, it means a lot to people. Our membership base is almost 1/3 of our town's population. Our annual generated revenues are over $1 million a year, which is all being reinvested back into our community. We hire and support 15 to 20 staff members at a fair living wage. Many of them have families that they're raising. And we're continuing to do this good work and continuing to grow the model. What we would like, though, is just to have a partnership with the town that feels like a partnership. It may be just symbolic in nature. I'm not asking for money, but what I'm asking for is just support and advocacy for what we're trying to do to build our local food system. I'm not even sure how many people in this room have been to the food co-op before, but I really, really want to invite you all. The board, on behalf of the board, I would love it if we could create an opportunity to invite the whole town council and any staff who would like to join as well to come and have lunch with us and the board of directors, to get a tour of the food co-op, to check out those modular farms, and to actually ask questions and truly understand what we're doing there. And I'm out of time. So
I'm
invite
supposed to stop.
Yeah, no,
you,
that's
but
okay.
so-
I do invite you, and if you're interested in making that happen, we will provide you a beautiful lunch, but we will also be able to hopefully maybe get a few new members and a few new interested eaters as well who would like to support that. Thank you.
Kelly, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for all of the work you do, and to all of the board members that are here today. You know, I'm a huge fan. I have had that tour of the facility, and it's inspiring. And I also appreciate in your presentation that you circled back to our official plan, because that's our document. We're really proud of it. There's a lot of good. It's getting old now again.
2019.
I can't believe that, but that was confirmed with our new strategic plan. So, and I think the way you've presented this particular issue is, from my perspective, through the right lens, which is, you can apply for the community grant, but on the other hand, you're taking that away from another. And this is maybe another way to contribute. So personally, I really liked the way you presented this issue, and I appreciate that. So our questions, Councillor Stone.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Love what you do. Local food is in the forefront of our minds these days, and the footprint that we're making. My question's about your second container that you're going to be getting. Is that going to go on the same property? Does it need to be? Is it going to encroach on our easement again?
Thanks for the question. I knew you were going to ask that. So the way that the containers are situated is, right now it's an L shape. So the hub unit, which is where we do all the processing and all the cleaning and packaging, it's the piece that's encroaching on the town land. The growing module is on Mike Harrower's property. The second module will be right next to that first module, and it will be all on Mike Harrower's property. So it ends up being that the hub has 4 doors in it, 3 invisible ones right now, and 3 more growing containers can adjoin to it so that it becomes a square, if you can understand what I mean. Yeah. We figure that if we get the fourth one would be infringing, but that's going to be a long time in the future. Yeah.
It's amazing. All right, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, Kelly, and congratulations on the second container and the funding for that.
Thanks.
I've had the opportunity to shop there and have lunch there, and I wish I could do it more often, but work takes me elsewhere, and it's not convenient. So, great ask, and I'm happy to support this if we can moving forward. So, thanks again.
Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Kelly. Thank you, Kelly. I was there yesterday, actually, shopping. The container that's there now, is it the one that's beautifully painted on the outside? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it caught my eye initially, and it's like, so I congratulate you and your board for the work that you do and for our community. And again, like the mayor said, the fact that you've connected it to our official plan, I am also in support of this. So, and I'm sure we'll talk about this later on, but thank you for the work that you do. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And thank you for the board for coming out and all of that. So just so you know, you don't have to stick around, because at the end of the meeting, unless you really want to and watch the... I can imagine. I can imagine. Thanks. But and we, Kelly, we will definitely report back. So you'll hear what, okay? All right. Okay. Hokey dokey. So now I think we'll go to Stefan. Now, Stefan, I know, I'll bet you wish that maybe you had gone first, but hey. And after Stefan's presentation, then I think we'll have a quick break. All right, unless you wanted to.
I know.
Okay. Welcome
Well,
back.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and not sure the crowd would have been here to talk about municipal finance matters on a Wednesday morning, but and I'm sorry to have put you through the awkward position of having to pronounce my name twice in one morning. It is a challenge, even for the polls. So my name is Stefan Kretrunovich. I'm an associate partner at Hempson Consulting in Toronto. We've been retained by the town and the other lower tier municipalities in Muskoka who are updating their development charges, background studies, and bylaws right now. I assume this is on the screen, and do you want me to control it? Yeah, okay. Your background study process is well underway, and in speaking with your treasurer, we thought it would be a good idea for us to engage with council early in the process, because there may well be policy matters that you wish to discuss. And also, we recognize over the last 5 years, there's been a lot of changes in the development charge world. When I started in municipal finance about 20 years ago, this was a very niche area of municipal finance, and it seems these days everyone, whether you're an economist or a planner or a politician, has a strong opinion about development charges. So they're much more of a hot topic than I ever thought they would be. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have about it. So I did want to start with sort of just talking a little bit about the basics of these charges, how they operate, and I apologize for members of council for whom this is old news, but I think we should probably just get on the same page before we get into the specifics of the legislation and how it's changed since we last did a background study in 2019. And then we'll talk more specifically about how the town of Huntsville uses development charges, and the specifics of your bylaw and what's required in order to do this background study. And then we'll talk a little bit about next steps and some of the decisions you'll be asked to make throughout the process. So, what are we talking about when we talk about development charges? These are fees that are imposed on developers to pay for growth-related capital costs. So capital costs only, not operating expenditures, and only to the extent that capital is related to expanding facilities, expanding infrastructure to meet the servicing needs of new development. They're paid by developers when they come to the counter here in the town. And when they make the payment, they make a payment to the town for its development charge. They make a payment to the district for development charges that the district imposes. And they will also pay to the school boards for charges that are imposed by the school boards for new land for new school sites. So to be clear, this background study is focused only on the Huntsville charges. And the principle behind them, of course, is that, growth should pay for itself. So that these costs, when they are incurred, are not paid for by your existing residents through their property taxes. I want to just speak a little bit about how municipalities fund capital, because this has changed a little bit over the last 5 years. So municipalities have several tools that are provided under the Development Charges Act and the Planning Act to raise these kinds of fees and charges, to pay for community infrastructure, growth-related community infrastructure that has a broad benefit to everyone living in the town. So development charges are obviously the main source of revenue for these growth funding tools. There's a relatively new tool that was introduced by this government in its last term under the Planning Act, a community benefits charge, which applies only to mid and high-rise apartment buildings, and it's intended to replace what was called density bonusing, which you've never had in Huntsville. So you didn't lose anything when that was removed, but that is a new charge that's been in place, and a lot of the larger, fast-growing municipalities in Ontario are using them. Nobody in Muskoka, however. And then finally, there's a long-standing provision under the Planning Act that allows you to secure land for new parks or cash in lieu of that land to provide new open space and new parks as new development occurs. The town also receives money for capital directly from developers when they subdivide land. These payments are made to pay for internal roadways, sidewalks, streetlights, intersections, stuff that is generally agreed to through a subdivision agreement, and it goes to pay for those services that are within the subdivision or directly related to the subdivision. Those are local services. They are not those broad community facilities and infrastructure that are paid for by development charges. They're paid for directly by developers. And then finally, most of your capital spending will actually go on the management of your existing assets, the long-term repair, rehabilitation, and then ultimately replacement of your municipal infrastructure. That is paid for through the property tax. So we have these three growth-related funding tools. As I said, development charges on the left here. We have a list of services now in the legislation that is prescribed for which you can impose these charges. When we did this in 2019, there was a list of services you couldn't charge for. Now there's a list of services you can charge for, and that has implications for how we do the background study, which I'll get into in a second. There are a few services that have been removed from the list that you currently charge for. Parking is one of them, and studies is another. We'll get into that in a little more detail. From the district's perspective, affordable housing is now ineligible. There's also no more discount on the charges that you can impose. So to the extent that a service has growth-related capital, you can impose the charge to pay for 100% of the growth-related capital. I don't really want to talk about community benefits charges too much, but I'm happy to answer questions about them if they are. I don't think they're particularly relevant to the town, but as I say, it's certainly an option available to you. And then again, your parkland acquisition provisions have been long-standing, continue to be in place. There's few restrictions that have been introduced to the way these things are done over the last few years. But again, I'll leave that for questions at the end if there are any. But I did want to focus a little bit on the Development Charges Act. So the charges are imposed by bylaw. You've had a bylaw in place for some time. The current bylaw was imposed in 2019 and expires in December of this year. So it was a 5-year bylaw. The legislation has been changed so that the new bylaw that you pass, if you pass one, will have a 10-year maximum lifespan. Before you pass the bylaw, you have to undertake a background study, and that's what we've been retained to help you with. And you have to hold at least one public meeting. We've sort of earmarked sometime in the fall to hold that public meeting. After you pass the bylaw, there's a 40-day period where anyone can appeal the bylaw, including the rates that you impose and any of the policy provisions in the bylaw, and those appeals are heard at the Ontario Land Tribunal. I mentioned that there's a list of services for which you can impose the charges, and these are now prescribed in the legislation. And so the full list is shown on the screen here, and the ones that are applicable to the district are shown in the left-hand column, and the ones that are applicable to the town are shown in the middle, and the ones on the right I don't believe are applicable anywhere in Huntsville. And the ones in the middle, there are 4 that have an asterisk. Those are the ones you currently charge for. So you don't have a charge for stormwater drainage and control. But you do have charges for services related to a highway, which is essentially road improvements, parks and recreation services. You currently have 2 charges for this, one for indoor recreation and parking. So the parking element of that will no longer be eligible. And the second one is for outdoor recreation. So those 2 are going to have to be merged into one moving forward, which is not a particularly difficult thing to do. You also have a charge for library services, and you have a charge for fire protection services as well. You have another charge for development-related studies, and that has been removed as an eligible service. So that will not be permissible moving forward. However, in December, last December, Minister Calandra announced a review of the DC Act again. And one of the things he wants to look at is possibly reintroducing studies as an eligible item. So what we've agreed with staff is that we are going to calculate a charge for you for studies. We'll put it in the background study. If the legislation's changed over the course of the study, it will be there. We can just stick it in the bylaw. If it's not, we'll leave it out. But we'll do the work. This is what you can use the charges to pay for. So costs to acquire and improve land, including leasehold interests in land, building structure costs, the cost of vehicles, as long as they have a lifespan of 7 years or more, furniture and equipment, except for computer equipment, library collection materials, and then to the extent that you need to borrow to finance infrastructure, the borrowing costs can be included as well. So I do want to take a little bit of time about what's gone on with the legislation since 2019. Because development charges have become a key component of this Conservative government's plan to address housing affordability in Ontario. In its last term, the government introduced a housing supply action plan and several pieces of legislation that were intended to limit development charges in municipalities. That was Bill 108 and Bill 197. It struck a housing affordability task force whose recommendations in February 2022 became a key part of its June 2022 election mandate to improve affordability and to construct 1.5 million homes in this province by 2031. And one of the key government aims is to reduce housing costs by reducing municipal fees and charges, including development charges. And to that end, it introduced at the end of 2022 an act that implemented significant development charge exemptions, phase-ins, and discounts, and this was Bill 23. So I want to go through some of the changes brought about by Bill 23, just very briefly. Some of these changes are in force, and some of them are not, so I'll indicate that. But there are significant exemptions, mandatory exemptions, that are introduced through Bill 23. One would exempt affordable and attainable housing from development charges, subject to certain conditions and criteria. The criteria for eligibility is if it's a rental home, then it must be less than 80% of the average market rent. And if it's an owner-occupied home, it must be less than 80% of the average purchase price of the homes. And there is also an income threshold that must be met in order to qualify for this exemption. Now, I think the province has recognized that in order to do this properly, this needs to be done regionally. And so it has taken its time with how to structure, well, A, how to define affordable housing for this purposes, and B, how to structure the exemption so that it applies regionally. That is why this is not yet in force. They have also not defined yet what attainable housing means. They're working on that now, and that's expected to be part of the next tranche of updates to the Act. Suffice to say that this is potentially a significant revenue loss to municipalities, but it may well address some of the policy objectives that this town has, because I know affordable housing is top of mind and has been for some time here. So this may overlap quite nicely with a lot of the policies you already have in place. There are also exemptions that have been introduced where units are created in existing rental buildings. So an existing rental building will have 4 or more units. So if you can add up to 1 unit or 1% of the existing units, and you don't pay development charges. There are exemptions where units are created in existing homes. So these will be your secondary suites, duplexing, triplexing, or adding accessory units that are separate from the main unit. All of those configurations will be exempt from development charges, or are, in fact, those are in force. And there's also exemptions for non-profit housing and inclusionary zoning units. There are also discounts on development charges for purpose-built rental housing. So where you have 4 or more units, you'll get a 25% discount if you have a 3-bedroom unit, 20% discount if it's a 2-bedroom, 15% if it's a 1-bedroom or a bachelor. And then finally, and importantly, whenever you update your bylaw, there is a mandatory phase-in of the new charges that applies. And it's phased in over 5 years. So your new charge in year 1 will be 80% of the maximum charge you could impose. Year 2, it'll be 85%. Year 3, 90%. Year 4, 95%. And then from years 5 to 10, you can impose the fully calculated charge. The mandatory phase-in is one of the other things that the minister is looking at reversing. So we don't quite know what's going to happen to that, but again, that won't sort of come into play for you until after you've passed the bylaw at the end of the year. So I did want to just speak a little bit about the background study. So the legislation's quite prescriptive about how the background study is to be undertaken and how the rates are to be calculated. Step 1 is to do a forecast of future development. Step 2 is to identify the infrastructure needs of the forecast development. Step 3 is to look back in time over the last 15 years and determine what the level of service has been provided for each service in Huntsville. The average level of service will set a limit on how much you can fund moving forward. Then we have to determine the costs of the new infrastructure that is required. And we have to deduct from those costs any grant funding you might receive, any portion of the costs that are going to benefit existing residents. That cannot be funded through DCs. Any available development charge reserve funds you have on hand. And then to the extent that some pieces of infrastructure might have benefits that spill beyond the planning horizon that we're looking at, we also have to remove those so-called post-period benefits. Ultimately, what we're left with then is a pool of costs that we can fund through the charge, and the charge is imposed as a charge per unit on the residential sector. There's higher charges for larger unit types, and then as a charge per square foot or per square meter of new building floor space on the non-residential sector. The forecast that we're going to be using for this study is being developed at the district level. So the district has a responsibility to allocate population and employment to the lower tier municipalities. And they are also updating their background study right now, and so they are doing forecasting work associated with that study. And we will need to line up the work that we're doing for this study with that work. There is a requirement that through this study we consider the use of area-specific development charges. So these would be having different charges for different parts of the town to reflect different servicing needs. This will likely not apply in Huntsville, in my view, because we're not dealing with water and sewer services here, and almost all of the charges in Ontario that are done on an area-specific basis are done for water and sewer. So this is really a district matter. We will have to establish the planning periods that we're looking at, and that will probably be a 10-year outlook to make sure it lines up with your capital forecast documents and to be in line with, you know, what you've done historically. We may use a longer planning period for roads, depending on the state of knowledge of the roads needs beyond the 10 years. And then finally, we're going to have to look at population forecasts, housing forecasts by type, and on the non-residential side, employment forecasts and forecasts of new building floor space. As I said, the work at the district level is underway, and there's been a phase 1 report released. It's still in draft. Bracebridge and Georgian Bay and Muskoka Lakes, their bylaws expire in June, so they'll be proceeding with background studies next month, and they will be using these draft forecasts for that work. If there's an update to those forecasts, we'll incorporate those updates into this study. But we're in the hands of the district timeline in that respect. Just important to note that this study and the district study will recognize that seasonal population and seasonal units place demands on municipal services. They will be part of the forecasts, and they will be liable for the development charge. And I guess, you know, something that's sort of become more of an issue than it was in 2019 is there's a lot of work from home employment up in this part of the world. We will be considering the impact of work at home employment on municipal services, and we will be dealing with that through as part of the residential charge, because when people are working in their homes and using municipal services, they will be doing it from their residences. So we will be including that burden, if you like, in the residential charge. And right now, in terms of the planning period, we're looking at a future period of 2024 to 2023, but as I said, we may look a little bit further for the roads. I mentioned earlier that a big chunk of the work we have to do is this review of historical service levels. You can't use development charges to increase your service levels beyond what you've been providing over the last 15 years. We started this work, and my colleague and I have sat down with staff from every department for which a charge will be imposed, and we have a lot of the data in hand to calculate those service levels. So we're well on our way to getting this piece of the puzzle done. In terms of the future infrastructure needs, I said, you know, we have to come up with a list of projects, a list of growth-related projects. And the legislation says that those projects must be an expression of council's intentions. So we will want to tie those projects to what was in the previous background study, your capital budget that you've approved, your capital forecast documents that your staff use for planning. We don't want to introduce, we want to try not to introduce new projects through this process that you're not already aware of. But I suppose to the extent that your intentions are important for this process, we will want to make sure that the list of projects is brought to you before you pass the bylaw, so that you have a clear understanding of what you're imposing the charges for before you pass the bylaw. This slide, I think, just reiterates what I've just been saying. We want to tie the projects in with your capital forecasts, master plans you may have undertaken in the recent past, projects that are really expanding the capacity of existing facilities and infrastructure, And to the extent that you have debt, legacy debt, that's related to growth-related capital, that's also eligible for funding. And in that respect, you still have debt payments on the Canada Summit Centre, which go to 2030, and you also have debt payments on the expansion of Town Line Road and Forbes Hill Drive, which will also be brought into consideration for this. I mentioned that the rates are imposed as a charge per unit on the residential sector. So right now, the charges that are in force in Huntsville for the town services are about $7,000 for a single or a semi-detached unit, $5,500 for a row house, just under $5,000 for a 2 or more bedroom apartment, and $3,300 for a small 1-bedroom apartment. And almost 3/4 of the charge are for your roads and your indoor recreation services. That charge that's in place represents just over 40% of the charge that you could have imposed in 2019. So council at the time chose not to impose the fully calculated charge, but a discounted charge. On the non-residential side, your current charge is just over $15 a square meter of new floor area. It's only charged for roads, fire, and for the studies. And council in 2019 elected to maintain the charge that had been in place since 2014. So that charge has not changed in 10 years. I want to just show you, Madam Mayor, I'm going to speak for about another 5 or 7 minutes. Is that okay? Okay. I just want to show you how your current charges compare to some of the other charges that are imposed in municipalities in the district and in parts of northern Simcoe County. So what's shown here in the green portion of the bar is the charge that's imposed by the upper tier district or county, and then in gold is the charge that's imposed by the lower tiers. And you can see that Huntsville's current charge falls sort of squarely in the middle of the range of these municipalities. So there's a 17, and this is for a single detached unit. This is the residential charge. It's about a $17,000 charge that's imposed by the district in green. And then, as I say, that's that $7,000 charge for a single that's imposed by the town. And you can see that the current charge is the highest in the district. But I do want to point out that Georgian Bay, Bracebridge, and Muskoka Lakes, as I say, are proceeding with new bylaws in June. And in Georgian Bay and Bracebridge's studies, we're able to at least discuss today what the draft newly calculated rates are, and we've shown those on the table here. So you can see that the new Georgian Bay draft rates are quite substantially higher than what's currently in force, and the new Bracebridge draft rates are significantly higher than what's currently in force. Now, part of the reason is that Bracebridge, like yourselves, did not impose the fully calculated charge that they could have back in 2019. So what's being shown here, that $36,500 charge, is what the maximum charge they could impose right now. On the non-residential side, it's the same kind of comparison. So the upper tier charges in green, and the lower tier charges in gold, and the Simcoe County charges on the non-residential side generally higher than the ones that are in, well, actually, across the board are higher than the ones that are imposed in the district. Huntsville's non-residential charge is quite low. Again, remember that hasn't changed in 10 years. And note also that it's the lowest charge of those that impose a charge, but in Gravenhurst and Bracebridge right now, they do not impose any charge on the non-residential sector. But the newly calculated charges in Bracebridge and Georgian Bay are significantly higher than what's currently in place. Okay, so we'll wait and see how those councils deal with that, but certainly wanted you to be aware of that. So then just wanted to conclude, Madam Mayor, with sort of where we go from here. As I say, we have a draft development forecast in place that we're working with, and we will follow those updates that the district is undertaking very closely. We're close to completing, I would say, the service level analysis, and we've sat down with staff, and we will continue to work with staff on the growth-related capital programs. We're hoping to prepare preliminary development charge rates for you over the summer. Certainly to be in a position to bring to this council some draft rates and a detailed list of the projects that would be included in those rates, sort of towards the end of the summer, in early part of the fall. And hopefully at that point, get your blessing to proceed with drafting a background study, which would be released sort of September, October. There's a period for consultation with the local development industry and the public meeting that's required in October and November, and ultimately bring forward back to you a bylaw in early December before the current bylaw expires just before Christmas. So today there are no decisions that we are requesting from you, but there will be decisions to be made. As I said, we will want to make sure that you have a very clear understanding of the projects that are included in the bylaw, and we may in that September meeting, ask a resolution from you that these projects reflect your intentions, and we can go draft a background study on that basis. You will have to consider area rating, but I honestly, I don't think it's too applicable, and I'm not sure there's much discussion to be had about area rating. It's practically impossible to area rate a road and define the benefiting area of a road, and similarly with your rec and parks. You will have to consider how many public meetings you want to hold. Most municipalities will hold one, but there's obviously, if you want more, then we can structure things around that. And then, of course, there will be a decision about what rates you want to impose and who pays the charge, and are there any exemptions that you want to introduce over and above what Bill 23 is doing. So just very quickly, you have some exemptions that are over and above the statutory exemptions and over and above what Bill 23 imposes. So right now you don't impose DCs anywhere in your CIP area. So that's just something to be aware of. And then finally, I guess I need to point out, of course, that any exemptions that you do choose to impose, you can't pass the revenue loss arising from those exemptions as a higher charge onto other developments. So that's going to have to be funded from a non-development charge source, invariably your property tax. So thank you, Madam Mayor. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much for that, Stefan. Great presentation. Yes, Councillor Morrison, followed by Councillor Renwick.
Thank you very much, Mayor Alcock, and through you. And I actually found that quite interesting, believe it or not.
Thank you.
It's a lot of great information presented well. And I do have a couple questions. I'll just start with one and then I'll come back. Is it possible, we're looking at, as a community, trying to balance development with climate and initiatives and trying to get to our goals by 2030, are you allowed to impose a higher development charge based on a permit value or square footage? I think any fees added on to lower cost buildings will affect affordability. But if someone, for instance, is going from 4,100 square feet to 4,600 square feet, I don't think affordability is the big issue there. And there is some carbon offsets we have to think about. Are you allowed to do something like that? To have a sliding scale of development charges for different sizes or permit values?
So, Madam Mayor, for residential, I assume you're talking about residential. So you cannot charge a development charge for the expansion of a residential building. It's only for a new build.
Just to reiterate, so you know, so I'm just talking about brand new builds. If a home was being built at a value of say $500,000, can we have a different development charge on that than we would on a value of like $1.5 million?
So, Madam Mayor, so this question comes up a lot, and it's really can you charge based on the value of homes rather than the size of homes? And my answer to that would be, although the legislation doesn't prescribe how you can impose the charge, I don't believe that there's a justification for doing that. To impose a charge on what is essentially an ability to pay. You know, these are charges, they're not taxes. So they are intended to recover costs. And so there should be a relationship between the amount of service that's being used by the unit and the amount of the charge that they're paying. It's not always exact. It's not like a fee. But, you know, we justify a higher charge for a larger unit, not because it's more expensive and they have ability to pay, but because larger units tend to place additional demands on municipal services. They've got more people living in the units, you know, they got larger buildings, and so there's fire and road implications. So I do not see the justification for structuring the charge around the value or the value of the unit or the wealth of the owner.
So just follow, that's great information. So essentially, if we went on a square footage basis, like right now we're saying $7,000 for a single family home, $5,000 for a townhouse, et cetera. If a house was 4,500 square feet, there could be a bigger impact on services. So we could charge more if we got over a threshold of a certain amount of square feet. Would that be reasonable?
Through you, Madam Mayor, sometimes we get into issues of data availability for this. So the reason why we structure the charge by unit types is we have pretty good census data by unit type. But what we don't have is similar equivalent data for units based on the area of the unit. And also, I suppose that there's, it's not always the case, but there's generally a pretty good connection between the form of the unit and the number of occupants, rather than the size of the unit and the number of occupants. So I would suggest that, and by the way, nobody does it that way for that reason. So you would be a bit of an outlier. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but I'd be a little uncomfortable.
Before I go to you, Councillor Renwick, I do want to follow up on that though, because I do think it was a really good question in the sense of looking at the implementation of climate change policies that are relatively, you know, becoming more common as we go along. And, you know, the councillor was alluding to, if you're building a ginormous cottage or secondary home or whatever in our community, it requires more energy unless it's an energy efficient home with its own source or whatever. And there are other aspects that it requires more services. So I feel like at some point we will have to start looking at how do we incorporate that kind of policy into our development charges study. And I'm not sure, Stefan, if we're the first council that has said that. I would think not, though. I don't know. Have you had discussions around incorporating climate change policy?
No, Madam Mayor, you're absolutely right, and it's an important consideration, and it does come up a lot. But I do go back to the principle here that this is a cost recovery exercise, so we have to be very careful about using this as a tool, not a punitive tool, but a way to sort of incent people to sort of save money on energy costs when they're building their homes. Because we've got to tie it back to what's the demand on municipal services. You raised that point, though, about the demand on municipal services. That's why there are certain services that lend themselves to an area-specific approach. Because whenever you can define different benefits clearly on a map that are accruing to different portions of the municipality, I think you should consider area-specific charges. The problem is that outside water, sewer, and possibly stormwater management, it's very difficult to define the benefiting area of a road. You can do it with a local road, but we're not really talking about local roads here. We're talking about sort of network, the road network. So you make an improvement to the road network, there's benefits to everyone driving on the network. So it's a challenge. I'm not saying it's impossible. The other one might be fire, but fire is, the need for fire service is really driven by the time it takes to get a fire truck from the station to the property that needs help. You might say that if we could find a way to say that, larger homes on waterfront properties in remote areas, are driving the need for, fire stations in more remote locations, but that's very difficult to parse out. So I just be cautious.
And I totally appreciate your answer. Thank you for that. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, thank you for the presentation, Stefan. Who knew development charges could be so interesting? And I really do appreciate the amount of information that we've received today. It was very clear. My question relates to the, you said that right now we're charging 40% for residential development charges. And then you said it was $15 per square meter for the non-residential. Is that, what percentage of that are we charging right now? Are we 40%, 50% for non-residential being 50? I think it was $15 a square meter. It's more of a clarification just for me for this.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, and I don't know the answer to that straight off the bat. I could probably find it to you if you gave me 5 minutes on my phone, but I think we'll have to get back to you, and wouldn't mind just discussing with the treasurer before, but we can get that to you.
Okay, so I'm just wondering if we're close to where we are or a bit less. And then I guess to follow up on that, are you finding that many municipalities, and we've actually, with the chart that you've shown us, that many municipalities are deciding to charge more with their development charges? And we are going to do the study, the background study, so I'm guessing we're leaning maybe towards increasing our development charges as well, but that's something that we'll discuss as a council. But are you finding that a lot of municipalities are upping their charges?
Madam Mayor, so my observation would be that if you're a municipality in a fast-growing place in Ontario, a large urban municipality, certainly in the GTA, you've been imposing the maximum charges you possibly could for decades. In slower growth areas, rural, agricultural, places like here where there's a lot of the development is seasonal residents, it's a bit of a mixed bag. I think that the tendency over the last few years has been to move towards imposing higher charges. The reasons vary considerably from one place to the other. There's been a lot of growth in the district over the last 5 years. And so municipalities that did not have the fully calculated rates in place have foregone a lot of revenue. And I don't know whether this is the case, but you will know whether there's additional pressure from this growth for capital infrastructure projects. So, you will have to think about, I think, whether this is a revenue stream you perhaps need more than you used to in the face of a faster growing place.
And wait till October for the consultation period. Just saying, but no, it was a great answer. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Thanks for the presentation. I'm just curious with DC charges, like a double-edged sword. So I think back in the 10 years ago, they were talking about reducing DC charges to promote development in your communities. So you wanted everybody to come and build. Now everybody's building. Now we're saying, hey, we could have made a lot of money there if we had kept the development charges if they had came. But I'm just curious, are people looking at raising DC charges because now with the new bill that we're not charging for affordable housing? Because we're waiving those fees now, so people who don't build affordable are getting charged the extra costs.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, that's an excellent point. So I would say that some of the decisions in areas where they feel they need to pursue higher charges is because they realize that with Bill 23, for example, there doesn't matter what you put into place, you can't collect what you previously could. So that if you're going to have exemptions over and above the mandatory exemptions, it's just that much worse.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, yes, Councillor Morrison. And sorry, I think the treasurer, did you? Okay, sorry, Councillor Morrison. Oh,
Do you want
okay.
Julie to go
You
first?
go ahead. No,
Well, the
Julia's
good thing
going to
is
go
one
after
of my
you.
questions has been eliminated, so I only have one left, so it's good. You live in this world a lot more than we do, so I want to lean on your expertise as far as the impact on development when we increase taxes. So look at Tay Township, talk about an outlier, $68,000. Their population's only 11,000 people. Has there been an impact on building applications? Because one thing we have to be careful on, a big part of our economy is trades and construction. We don't want to affect jobs, but it's getting more expensive than ever to run this town. So if we did look at increases, do you think it would have a negative impact on employment and building permits?
Madam Mayor, so yeah, I mean,
So I should say, have you seen an impact in other areas? Instead of you predicting the future, have you seen an
That's right.
impact in other towns?
So Madam Mayor, I mean, that of course in the council is a very unfair question. But there's a general answer to this and there's a specific answer. In many ways, the specific answer is more important because local context matters when you discuss how the local real estate market is going to respond to a change in an upfront payment on homes or businesses. And you will know the local context better than I. So I don't know the answer that the councillor is asking. But as a general principle, I would say that with the exception of possibly industrial development, the amount of the development charge has very little relationship to the amount of growth that's going to occur. Because even though the charges seem high, they are a relatively small component of the overall cost to construct and purchase homes and non-residential buildings. And, the fastest growing places in the province are the places with the highest development charges. That's just always been the case.
I think that was a very good way of deflecting. You should be around this table. Julia, do you have an answer on the earlier question?
I just have something to add after that
Okay,
too. So I just
perfect,
did
great.
some quick numbers, and our charge is about 25% of the calculated rate for non-residential. Yeah, so we discount at 75%. The other thing I just wanted to add, and I thought it was really important that Stefan come before we start the process, and also just I wanted to tie it back into how we budget for capital as well. So just when we do take money from DCs to help pay for capital projects, we have to discount it based on what percentage is related to growth. And then on top of that, we also have to discount it based on what we discounted our rates at. So it really limits the amount of money that we can use for capital projects when we discount it. So every time we have a percentage that's related to growth, we have to only use 42.5%. So I just wanted to put that out there. I just did some rough numbers on what we've collected over the term of this study so far, and it's about 4.3 million. So if we had put it at the full rate, we would have had over 10 million. So I just think that's really important to note, especially as we're going through this process and when we look to our future budgets.
I just want to say thank you for that. And my guess is, Julia, you probably will need to remind us of that every month as we work towards this decision. Having been through previous development charge studies, that I do recall that, when we decided to discount, I don't think that we were growing anywhere near the way we're growing now. I don't remember the number of building permits being as high as they are now, or certainly the plans of subdivisions that we're approving on a regular basis. And when I say regular, I like every month, it feels like we're doing that. And so there was a stated purpose at the time. There were several councillors at the district table who said, no, we should be doing 100%, one in particular from Muskoka Lakes. But it was really and that was the argument that we heard from the development community to respond to your question, Councillor Morrison. If you do this, then you'll destroy the industry. Literally, that's what we were responding to. Personally, I feel like this is a different time. And when I hear that message, and we are also under now Bill 23, where we have to have exemptions, no question, which I think is not a bad idea. I do think that we do need to start looking at what it looks like in the real world. So just my view. I had a quick one on inclusionary zoning. You said must be affordable under new exemptions. And I think you made reference to definitions still to be determined, and that would be definition still to be determined with respect to that one as well?
That's right.
Yeah, okay. Right. Oh, CAO would like to jump in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Alcock. So just a really quick question. You made note of the fact that in our current DC study, we don't collect for storm. Is that correct? And my next part of that question is, could you give us an example of where we might be able to utilize development charges if we did have it included in our study, what that would look like?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And I should perhaps have been a little clearer. There is no stormwater charge in your current bylaw. There's a project in the roads service. There's a provision for a stormwater management study. I think the feeling the last time we did this was that although there may well be stormwater costs that the town might need to incur to deal with areas where development is occurring, we weren't in a position in 2019 to identify what those were without the study. So we put the study cost into the rate. I'm not sure that whether you've done that study yet. So we may be in the same situation now, unless there's a very clear idea of there's a specific sort of project that might need to be done. But in any case, if there is a project to be done, we can certainly create a service and a charge associated with that. The study, of course, depends on where we go with the legislation, but it would be ineligible right now.
Thank you for that. Okay, I think we've exhausted this for now. Stefan, thank you very much. That was
Thank you.
great.
Thank you.
Right, we are taking a 10-minute break. Okay, welcome back, everybody. And at this point, I am going to turn it over to Councillor Morrison to take over for corporate services, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and bear with me as I just get to the proper page on our agenda. All right, for once, we only have one report, and it is 7.1.1. Marie Turner is going to give us a report on Corp 2024-19 RC 04 2023 HTE Ross ORA closure 194 Clark's Lane, and I will read the motion. And it is moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Morrison. It is recommended that application RC 04 2023 HTE be approved in accordance with the original road and shore road closure policy development 07, conditional on the following: that the applicant purchase the entire road allowance, that notification of the relevant abutting landowners, the applicant pay all survey, legal, and associated expenses, the sale price of the land proposed to be closed in accordance with fees and charges bylaw as amended, a survey be provided showing the road allowance as a specific part on the plan, a registered transfer deed of land for the road allowance be filed with the municipality within 1 year from the date of approving the application, or the application will be considered null and void, and a new application will be required. That any utility plant located on the property proposed to be closed be given an easement, and the original road allowance is hereby declared surplus to town's needs. The portion of the road allowance being closed merge in title to the lot to which it is being added. And finally, that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign the necessary documentation pertaining to the closure and sale, as well as the acquisition of the road allowance. I'll pass it over to you, Ms. Turner.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Morrison. So as you know, this report corresponds to a deputation earlier this morning. We received an application to purchase a portion of a road allowance adjacent to 194 Clark's Lane. During the initial review of the application, staff were considering denial. As an alternative, we discussed with the applicant the option to purchase the entire road allowance. If the small triangle portion of the road allowance is considered surplus to the town's need, then so is the remaining portion of the lands that lead to the wetland. The town would not want to keep a small strip of land which is landlocked between the closed portion abutting the road and the wetland. In addition to the cost comparison provided to the applicant's presentation, the applicant has the option to do an appraisal as mentioned. The purchase price would be based on whichever value is lower. If approved, the lands abutting the road allowance could be severed and developed as a community residential lot. The applicant does not agree with the town's recommendation to purchase the entire strip of land, so it's being presented to committee for review.
Okay. Thank you very much. Questions from committee? We'll start with Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Morrison, and thank you very much for the presentation. So after we listened to the deputation, I sort of I am intrigued by the idea of only requiring the small section as proposed by the applicant, given the possibility of affordable housing. And so I guess, so I am inclined to consider that request. When we normally, and I also heard Councillor Morrison make reference to the idea, and you did too, Marie, so we don't want to have just a stranded piece of property. On the other hand, what's the downside of that if we're actually serving another community benefit by granting the applicant what he's asking for?
At the moment, there hasn't been any discussion with planning if the applicant is intending to do any affordable housing.
So if I may follow up on that, so that sort of guides, if we were to move in that direction, certainly I don't know how we do this in the agreement, but I understand that one of the reasons that's compelling for me is the issue around affordable housing. And that if we wouldn't do this if it was just for, we're going to build one single family dwelling and it's going to be whatever. So is there any way we can put in the agreement that that's what it has to be used for if it's approved?
So put in a condition to the approval. Yes, I think that could be an option.
Okay, cool. You see, I wasn't sure if you'd be able to say that, Marie. So that's, well, that's great. Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you. Great answer. Over to Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair Morrison, and thanks for the report. Pretty straightforward. That's the procedure we follow, and I think that if we are going to end up with an affordable housing situation and we don't want to have this non-accessible parcel of property, my suggestion was that, why can't existing landowners benefit from that proposal? I guess there would be survey costs only, and I don't know if the applicant would be willing to even entertain that if we're going to do this for them, or we talk to the landowners. But it seems that they could benefit from us moving forward with some affordable housing. But that would be my only way to support it, is if we have an agreement of affordable housing. So if we can manage that, I would fully support that.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilor Fitzgerald. Do you want to speak to that, or?
I'm going to actually defer you to Kirsten.
Okay, Kristen.
Thank you, Chair. It is an awkward situation, I think, because the transfer of the land, would have to be completed. And I'm not sure how you tie that into a development application that he may be proposing in 2 years, 5 years, 20 years, because we can't really tie the two in a way that I think would ensure that affordable housing occurs on that property as a condition of the sale of the road allowance. So I think it's quite awkward to try and do it that way, but I'm not saying we can't. It's just I don't know how we would do it. So.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, follow up. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair Morrison. I guess we could just exempt our policy of the purchase of the road allowance, if that's possible.
Well, if I can add something on that, is there a chance, Director Maxwell, that if you allowed it to be purchased at $0 or $1 or whatever the number is, could it be on the proviso that is affordable housing development is built on it within the next 24 months? Should that not happen, there will be a reimbursement to the town of 47 or whatever the number is. Is that something that could be done?
Thank you for that. I honestly don't know. I think we'd have to look at what that entails. There would be a requirement, unless a municipal road is extended to the property, that he would have to go through a CPP for development anyways, because the property is still deficient in frontage on a maintained road, with the addition of even just the piece of the road allowance directly abutting Old Muskoka Road. So there is opportunity through a future planning application, maybe to tie something in, but it's not something we've contemplated before.
Councilor Cloutier, then Mayor Alcock.
Through you, Chair. Off the wall here, because there's already the Clark's Lane, then future development going in there, plus the affordable housing hopefully goes in there, and because it's a small beaver pond that's useless to nobody except the local residents to use, is there any way that we can take that and flip it into non-use parkland rather than a roadway? So we turn it into a park, we still own it, but some type of clarification in there that it's a parkland. And that way there, nothing has to change. They get their entrance permit somehow or whatever to develop land, housing.
Yeah, so instead of being declared surplus, it would be declared parkland and be maintained as inventory. Anyone want to speak to that? Kirsten does.
Thank you. If the lands are to be developed in the future through a plan of subdivision or a plan of condominium, we could look at that as an option, as being those wetland areas could be protected through that process. However, we still don't know if next phase of the subdivision is ever going through or not as well. So it's all very much up in the air at this point.
Follow up.
But even if the next phase doesn't go through, the 5-acre parcel for that is, he plans on developing it now. That's why he's here, looking for it. And even if it goes into 2 houses there or 3 houses there, if we designate that, go ahead and somehow, I don't know how, but designate it as wetland parkland, untouchable for anybody except for just the local residents to use it now. Nobody else does, nobody else will, so just change it.
Yeah, and I think on that note, it would only, if he ends up having ownership of the front part, then it would be landlocked, so it'd just be the abutting owners that could use it as parkland, right, on that point.
Yes, but which is fine, and that I'm sure occurs in other areas also around that, you know, only the local, like there's probably places in behind your house you don't know we own and people use it. So.
Okay, Jessica's gonna say something.
Sorry, I just wanted to respond, Councillor Cloutier. So in terms of designating it parkland, essentially an unassumed road allowance is green space as it is. And an unassumed road allowance comes with no maintenance requirements. Turning something into a parkland increases maintenance requirements.
Mayor, or
Yeah,
Councillor
I
Butcher.
figured that, but I don't know if there's a classification of parkland that we can put on it that we don't have to, you know, but if not, just leave it as the road allowance and let them use it the way it is.
Okay. Mayor Alcock?
Thank you, Chair Morrison. I've been dying to jump in. I love that. In fact, that's sort of what I was thinking as well, Councillor Cloutier, especially when the applicant said that's what the people are using it for. And I know that I live near a beaver pond. I love the wetlands. And so other people will find a way to get to it. And so I don't know if, I mean, when we say, well, it's no longer a value to us. Well, I think it's huge value actually, because it's serving as, whether you call it a park or whatever, it's an open space that people are using within that community. And so I think what you're saying is let's just legitimize it. And that's what it is. And it stays in perpetuity that way. Now, to Jessica's point, well, you know, there are issues around liability and all of that. I don't know what that looks like, but I think that it should be doable somehow. And it would benefit if he ever does develop the other section, other parcel, there would be a benefit to those people as well. So that seems to me really straightforward. I'm sure there are all sorts of planning and legal reasons why it's probably not straightforward, but I think that's where you're going, and I'm totally supportive of that.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair Morrison. A couple questions, actually. First of all, it's a 66-foot road allowance, correct? How much frontage does it actually have in Old Muskoka Road? 66 feet?
I don't know who can speak to that. It looks like it's a bit different than this because it's this way a little bit. So
just to follow up with my second question on that, is it really useless to, or useful for us? Could we sell it as a lot for someone to build a single dwelling home on? It doesn't meet that qualification. So really for us to not sell that section and just leave the other part as unassumed road allowance, so it doesn't make any sense to me to do anything different. Don't designate it as parkland, just leave it the way it is because we can't access it anyhow.
all right, so I think that's all the comments. So I do have a couple of comments. So one thing to keep in mind here is staff's recommendations and staff's report is based on the information in front of them. They don't have any application dictating affordable housing. They don't have any application at all, truthfully. So based on what's been asked, this is really the only option they could have under our current bylaws and procedures, right? Now we're talking about a whole different thing. So it's hard to give staff direction now based on what may or may not happen. I think we should jump through as many hoops as possible to get affordable housing down there, because what I love is it's spreading out our affordable housing. We don't have a lot of things happening in Utterson and Port Sydney. Most of it's on urban services. So I think getting 5 tiny homes or a 4-plex down there is huge. So I think it might be incumbent on us to have staff work with the developer. And I think Larry's genuine when he says he does want to do affordable housing. I believe him. So I think it's maybe we can work on, because like Kristen said, this has come up now and it's complicated, it's awkward. So that's how I'd like to see it go. But I'd love to see us do whatever we can to get it done so that they can build some units there within reason. So Jessica, what do you suggest?
Perhaps we want to defer this application for more information to come back.
Yeah, defer with some clear direction that the will of council is to make it happen and to find solutions to cost-effective ways for the developer to acquire the land. Mayor Alcock.
So I could propose that we defer the application and have the applicant work with staff, given some of the direction around the table. Is that sort of?
Yeah, Councillor Stone.
So what are we hoping to hear back? He told us what he's hoping to do. And the stumbling block right now for any development is this small piece to access the property. I don't know what new information we're going to get.
Mayor Alcock?
The only new information, I think that we talked about several possible options today about how it might work. And I respect staff that, and certainly Marie came forward with a particular approach. That approach isn't the one that the applicant likes, but there are ways to move forward. And I think there's a general feeling around the table that we'd like to make it work if, in fact, the applicant is putting affordable housing there. So I think there are a number of ifs that and possibilities. So from my perspective, I think give staff an opportunity to meet with the applicant and figure out what's the best way moving forward. I don't know if well, I'm speaking for myself. I think what I'm hearing, there might be a couple of different ways.
Yeah, and I think to follow up on that, it's Director Maxwell hinted at how awkward it is. So we don't have the answers right now on how this could work, but we want it to work. So we need those answers, and then we can go from there. Deputy Mayor Armour, and then Councillor
Vice Chair Morrison, three. I just think it's two different subjects. I think the first one is he wants to buy that road allowance so he can access his property. The second part of that is what he's going to build on the property. So I think we're confusing the two of them, and I think we're just going to complicate it more, and it's like holding the gun to his head. Say, well, we'll give you that, but you got to do this. So that's my opinion.
Councillor Cloutier?
I agree with you, for sure. I think the big thing is here is we want this development to go ahead without extra cost to the developer of that road allowance piece of property.
Yeah.
From what I'm getting. So, I mean, as Councillor Armour said, you know, we're holding a gun to the guy's head to come back with the solution is give him give him his road allowance, his lot at the front, so that he can gain access to the property, because we're not going to make him pay for the property at the back. We're not going to make him survey it at the back, just the front part, and get it done. Let's get him get on with it.
I think I may have a solution. I need to lean on Director Maxwell for this, but to Dan's point, it is two separate things. So right now we could potentially go forward and allow him to purchase the piece. And Director Maxwell mentioned he'd have to go through CPP to develop it anyhow. So perhaps dealing with the second piece is as easy as making it noted or as a condition of the sale when the CPP application comes through. If it is not affordable housing, you will need to purchase the rest of the road allowance. Could that work? CO Corey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that absolutely is an option that staff could look into. The other option that you could consider is that you proceed if you want to support staff's recommendation, and that if the affordable housing project goes forward, that we reimburse him for those costs. So there's a few options that staff would be considering if directed to go back.
Yeah, and let's discuss it, because I think the option I just mentioned might be the most expedient and might let us not defer today and let staff move forward and not bring it back to the table. Councillor Fitzgerald?
I think the only thing that troubles me about reimbursement is money's very expensive these days, and that's why we don't have as much development as we want going on. So I don't really like that as an option.
Councillor Stone?
So I would like to move forward with allowing him access to the property over that very small piece and get that done. Mr. Ross is a local developer, and he wants to play nice, and we want to help him do more developments. So I want to help him, and I would like to move forward on this small piece.
I'm with you, Bob. And Mayor Alcock?
I'll support that.
Okay, so I think the wording, I think we're all on board with trying to get that piece of land into Larry's hands so he can start, because we know everything takes a lot of time. I think I'd like Director Maxwell to weigh in. If we go forward and allow him to acquire this small piece, can we just rely on staff during the CPP to make him know that if it's not affordable housing, he'll have to purchase the rest of the road allowance? Like if someone's going to buy it off him and build a big house, how could that work?
Thank you, Chair Morrison. I don't think that's feasible because the process for purchasing the road allowance, he would have to have it surveyed and go through that process of notification with all of the agencies. And I don't think we can tie him to what future development he's proposing on that smaller piece. I do like the idea of, I guess it's two separate issues. Is council interested in allowing him to purchase just the piece directly abutting this lot that doesn't exist yet as a separate parcel? Or do you want him to purchase the whole piece? And then the cost associated with it would be a separate discussion as to whether or not, if it's affordable, you're willing to give him more of a rebate on the cost, or I think there's two issues.
Yeah, I think to that end, I think it seems like the will that we want to move forward and having him acquire the small piece. But I think earlier there was comments that not having him purchase the whole amount, the reason we're interested in that is because it could be affordable housing. So that's a bit of chicken and egg for us right now. So I guess the question is, if we go forward, are we okay because we know Larry and he does good things? Are we okay with, we trust he's going to do this, and if he doesn't, what's the real harm? Is that sort of where we're at? Because he's still buying the piece and paying for the piece he's getting.
I'm just wondering if, to Director Maxwell's point, we don't have an application for the site yet. So I'm wondering if there's a way you can hold off on the purchase of the triangle and wait till that application comes in. And once that but there's I know, and he might say, I'm not going to go ahead if I can't get, but there's a commitment from the table. I don't know what that commitment looks like, to say you are entitled to purchase that triangle once the application comes in.
Yeah, that might get vague, but Councillor Cloutier?
And again, we're going back here again. This is a useless piece of land. The only use that will ever get done with it is what people are using it for now, to go down there, walk their dogs, kids play there, whatever. Why are we even switching anything or forcing somebody into buying something that's the same usage is going to get done with that property? That it's going to be the same use, doesn't matter whether we own it or not. Yes, we're going to end up, we're still going to own a piece of landlocked part of land, but it's why make somebody buy something of ownership when they're not going to develop, they're not going to use it, and right now it's being used by the community, not by himself. And like he said, if he buys it, he's got to put up signs, no trespassing, and we're taking it away from the residents that live there now. Let them use the land, give the guy his triangle at the road, his access to his property, and worry about the other stuff, right? And quit worrying about the last part of road allowance that's there. Leave as is, please.
Yeah, and I agree with your premise on that, but just the background on the reason from staff is that we have, in the past, when people come for applications like this, we ask them to buy the entire road allowance, like the one we did on Raymond's Cliff near the Buck Lake recently. So that's sort of how it's always been going. It's the bylaw, it's the process that they've been told to follow. So that's why.
I understand that, but this is a piece of land that nobody can use. Like it's never going to be used. It's a beaver pond. So let the people use it for the recreation.
Yeah, and that's where it goes from being surplus to usable, right? That's where the difference is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I mean, as far as us putting any money into it or spend more time on it, just leave as is and get them the front part to access.
Councillor Fitzgerald and Mayor.
Thanks, Chair Morrison. If I want to circle back to the motion that Councillor Stone put on the floor and the mayor seconded, I think you should review the motion and move forward from there.
So I'll do Mayor Hoff's comment and then we'll get the motion on the floor. Thanks.
Just a quick comment, and I absolutely support you, Councillor Cloutier. My only comment is, and I think I heard the director say this, we actually haven't seen an application for that particular property yet. And so, and the intentions are fantastic. I'll be the first one to say, this is great, we need to support it in any which way we can. And I love the simplicity of what you're saying, Councillor Cloutier. The only thing is, and I think I heard Director Maxwell say this, there might be some issues with the piece of property. So until we know, and maybe it's perfect for 10 tiny homes, but we don't know that yet, right? Is that, we don't know. So I think I go back to the emotion that, you know, let the applicant go away, sort it out with staff, just so we can come back with something that we support. Because while we think it will be fantastic to have affordable housing there and tiny homes there, or whatever it is, we don't know until it's gone through a planning process.
Yeah, and that's a long process to come, which is probably why we need to be expedient so he can start that process right now.
For sure.
Yeah.
I get it.
Deputy Mayor Armour, is it okay if we get the motion on the floor and then have your question as part of that discussion, or would you rather do it ahead of time?
I'd like to put my question, actually it's to Kirsten. Can you put an application in for a piece of property you have no access to build something?
So in practice, yes, he could, because he could submit a CPP requesting development on a property that doesn't have frontage on a maintained road.
So is there a cost associated with that to the developer?
It would be the same CPP application. I believe, I have to see if Richard is listening, if it's a class 2 or 3 application. But what I was thinking about during this discussion is, would it work for councils at this time to say, we pass a resolution, council would have a resolution on the books that says, we agree if a CPP is applied for and if a consent application is submitted to the town, the council would agree to sell just that triangular portion at that time as part of that application. I don't know if that's helpful or not.
And to follow up on that, maybe this is a really simple answer. We have approved severances and whatnot that are going up road allowances that actually don't have any frontage. I think one was up near Pallet Lake recently, and we did another one further on. Maybe the easier avenue for Larry is to not buy any of the land. It's a road allowance. He can still put a road along the road allowance and come into that development if it's going to be affordable housing. Is that something that we could do, or is it set a dangerous? What's that? Because the road allowance has access onto Old Muskoka Road right now, right? So if you come off Old Muskoka Road and the entrance is over the road allowance and onto his current land, we would just be allowing a driveway over a road allowance, which is all he wants. So does he have to buy it at all? I'm just thinking of expediency and cost when someone's trying to build affordable housing, right?
If I may, I totally agree with you about expediency, but we've just thrown out all sorts of many ideas. I think what I'm hearing around the table is there's a lot of support for assisting Larry to move forward with his project, no question. And I'm assuming staff is hearing that, and because of the comments you've made, Marie, but also our Director of Development Services. So and if we send them away to work together with the applicant to say, this is the will of council, what's the most expedient way to do this? But there are still some outstanding things to happen, like the application. So I don't think it's slowing it down. I think even if we around this table decided which direction, staff then are now going to have to, well, that's what they told us to do and now we're down this path, but really this is a better way to do it.
There's
So
lots of work left to
I don't
do.
see it slowing it down.
No, I'm not. I'm just thinking if we give very clear direction, it's just one option only. And then they have to do this one option. If the direction is to send staff back to find a way to get him to develop that land without saying he can or has to buy the piece, it leaves it more open to more options, which might speed things up. Yeah. So, but perhaps should we put Bob's motion on the table and vote on it first? Did anybody else have any different motion? I think we should do that. Jessica, can we put that motion on the floor, and then we'll a quick discussion.
I just want to clarify, sorry, the conversation's gone around a lot. So the motion was not to purchase the entire road allowance. Okay, thank you. I will share.
Yeah, so as you see, I don't have to read the whole thing, just I'll point out that we're taking out item number 1, that the applicant purchased the entire road allowance. but that the rest of the conditions be in check. Now, Marie, does that outline the exact piece that he's buying now? Because it's just a triangle, yeah. So his application is to buy the triangle piece, and this is taking out the part where we're asking for the whole road allowance. Okay, so you're voting on him being able to buy the triangle piece with these 9 conditions. It is moved by Councillor Stone and seconded by Mayor Alcock. So any discussion on this motion? We don't know what just happened there. So I'm going to go over to Councillor Stone for comment.
So we removed the point that the applicant needs to purchase the entire road allowance. We haven't identified what he will be purchasing.
Well, I think it is. It's in the, go ahead.
It's in the application. The
Okay.
application itself is
All right.
for him to
Thank you.
purchase the triangle.
So the first condition was saying yes, but, and now that's gone. Any other discussion on this? Okay, well, I think I will just call the question and we can move on. All in favor? Oh, sorry, I think Jessica's looking at me. Do you want to speak before we call the question?
No, we're just calling the question on the amendment.
On the amendment, yes. So I'd like to call the question on the amendment. All in favor? And call the question on the motion as, main motion as amended. All in favor? And we're there. Sorry it took us so long. It's good discussion. Okay. Put the mic on. Deputy Mayor Armour to assume the chair. Thank you,
Thanks,
Marie.
Councillor Morrison. We're moving on to 7.2 Development Services and 7.2.1 Richard Clark, manager, is going to come down. He's going to do a report DEV 2024-27 Planning Department Strategic Working Plans Priorities. And I do have a motion. It's moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Morrison. It's recommended that committee direct staff to undertake actions in accordance with the strategic directions as outlined in attachment 1 to report DEV 2024-27. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, the report before you deals with, as you noted, work plan priorities for the planning department in the near and long term to achieve strategic directions. It comes on the heels of the newly approved strategic plan for the town of Huntsville. And as a result of that plan, we decided to look at our work plan priorities. Staff's looking for council to endorse the priority list of work plan items and direct staff to use these to guide our actions going forward in the order that they appear. Basically, we've created this listing by looking at council and committee directives that deal with the planning department, as well as our own internal directions of things that we were working on. And then we factored in the new strategic plan directives. So the list is in attachment number 1, and I'm here to answer any questions you have.
Thanks, Richard. Who have any questions? Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Armour, and great list. Thanks, Richard. I really appreciate it. And so ranking category number 1, which there are a whole bunch, what is the time, when you look at that, what is the timeline on that? And the reason why I ask is secondary plan for North Huntsville area is number 2, only one number 2. And that's I think really important, and I think it's recognized how important it is by being number 2. So I just was curious about what your thinking is around. You don't need to be exact, but
Okay. No, great question. So through you, Mr. Chair, those are all things that are in progress.
Right.
So most of those things you've already seen before, and we're just going to finalize those. And the idea of the list is, what are we going to work on next? So really number 2 would be our next thing after we deliver the height and density criteria, which again, we're already working on. So that's item 7 on the list. And then 8 and 9, those are things that are ongoing, may need a little bit more time to finalize, but the secondary plan would be next.
Do we have any other questions? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. I'm going to pass the chair along to Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Armour. We have our first report, which is Ops 2024-6, and Brandon. We have a recommendation here, and I will read it to you. Moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Whereas Resolution GC 150-23 directed staff to revisit parking along Dara Howell Way, and whereas staff have reviewed possible options for expanding parking which would result in impeding emergency service access. And whereas the town newly adopted strategic plan outlines the need to develop a parking strategy for the downtown core. Now, therefore, it is recommended that a parking strategy for the downtown core be included in the draft 2025 operating budget for consideration. And further, that parking to remain a status quo until the completion of the parking strategy. Brandon.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. So as you can see in the reports, this has been a hot topic about parking in Dara Howell Way, Rivermill Park altogether. So what we've done is we've looked at, we took the two original concepts from the previous reports that's outlined in this report. We've updated those costs. We've also looked at 3 other potential configurations and layouts for parking along Dara Howell Way. So in your report, there is 5 concepts. They range between $38,000 and $126,000 to construct, anywhere between 5 spots to 15 spots. One of the important things I do want to point out is to help, figure out some concepts and layouts. We did do a mock draft for emergency services. I believe some of you were present for that. We did bring the new ladder truck down there, and we parked it and put the stabilizers out. And as you can see in your package, there's some pictures of what that looks like in the room that actually takes up down there. So with that, I mean, if there's any obstructions on the south side of Dara Howell Way where there's currently parking, that fire truck would have to move its way to the north, and if there's parking on the north, it just doesn't really leave much room for emergency services. So that's a very important fact that you should be aware of. Dara Howell Way is also a substandard road. It doesn't meet the town standard for an urban area road standard. It's approximately 6 to 7 meters wide at the top to the bottom. So in our current parking regulations under our development standards, we have parking on one side at 8.5 meters wide on a road platform. So currently there is already parking on one side, and that is on the south side of Dara Howell Way. So with that into consideration in emergency services, we are requesting that we do this parking strategy first and report back with findings on that and how we can, alleviate the parking congestion. Where do we go from that? So I happy to answer any questions, and I do know where they're coming from.
Thank you, Brandon, and thanks for bringing your candor with you today. Councillor Stone.
Thank you very much. I'm disappointed in what's come before us now. I do think there's opportunities for parking along Dara Howell Way to be added, but it would be a small measure, and I won't be voting in favor of this motion simply because I don't want to pay for another consultant to tell us everything we already know. So I'm not in favor of that. Perhaps at budget time, I may bring forward that we start contributing money to a reserve in order to build a multi-level parking garage. That would be a permanent solution. Maybe we can even get parking out of Rivermill Park. That would be novel. But for now, no more money for a consultant, in my opinion.
Thank you for that comment, Councillor Stone. Councillor Cloutier.
Agree with you, Councillor Stone. The only, if anything that I would approve here would be just the smaller area of 5 cars at a low price. But I just, it's green space and it's downtown. And I understand, as it's been really that, you know, we've been told 1,000 times about parking downtown, everything, but I mean, people will go to the Vaughan Mall and walk 1.5 kilometers from their car to Bass Pro. And then they walk another kilometer through all the stores, because that's how big the place is, and back again, and they're quite happy. We're talking about heritage yesterday, about our heritage buildings. If we have people walking in our town, they get to see our heritage buildings. They get to see our new signage that's coming up. They get to see the beautiful downtown that we have and the neighborhoods that are close to the main street. And where we do have parking outlying that, in fact, in the parking at the curling club in the summertime, okay, I go by there, it's not full. It's not being used. You know, I understand everybody wants to go and they want to park in front of the store when they're in our town, but I mean, I just don't get it why people will walk kilometers at a mall and they won't walk kilometers through a beautiful town that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cloutier. Anyone else? Councillor Renwick and then Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. And through you to Brandon, and I understand that this report is coming forward to look at a study. And I agree with Councillor Stone saying that we've already done a study and we've already looked at, you know, there are over 2,000 parking spots within the downtown core area. If you were to walk, like Councillor Cloutier said, to compare our downtown to a mall, and I know you're not comparing it directly, but
no,
we have, and I hear from the merchants downtown in particular, and I do hear from the merchants that are within that area by Darragh Way, that it is constantly cars parking illegally, cars parking when they shouldn't be. It's just been a big mess down there. It has been a big mess down there. And I think this, looking at this area and possibly the parking study would look at this particular area because something needs to be done. We can't get vehicles down there when there are cars parked. And even though we've made it a fire route, cars continue to park down there. And speaking to the AO, to any of the businesses back there, it's a constant, you know, knife in their side. Like, it's just awful, the parking down there. And the fact that we've taken away parking on the main street. And we've done that with the streetscape, right? And we could, you know, we admit to that we've taken it away. We are never going to solve the parking issue, but I really like what Councillor Stone said, that if we were to start putting capital and maybe DC charges towards a parking garage in downtown and really seriously look at it, then I think if the money for the parking study goes towards looking at something like that, I would be in support of it. But just to do a general study, no, I'm not interested in that either. So, sorry, long-winded.
Okay, I'm going to let Brandon respond to that. I think he feels he wants to. And thank you for your comments, Councillor Renwick, and then we'll go to Mayor Alcock.
Thank you,
Thanks, Brandon.
Chair Fitzgerald. Totally understand the comments and where we're going with that. One thing I do want to point out is that the parking study or the parking strategy is not, it is in our new strategic plan adopted by council. So in those strategic plans, those are what staff themselves look at and help direct us to where we need to go and what we need to do. Understanding that, you know, you could approve 5 to 15 spots, but as you mentioned, does that really solve the parking issue? So considering Darragh Way, how tight it is, staff looking at the counter strategic plan, you know, we felt that it was best appropriate to look at this strategy and what is that scope of the strategy to better put something in front of you rather than just sticking 5 here and then the strategy says to either remove it or. So that's the basis of our decision and what's before you today. So again, happy to discuss further.
Thanks for that, Brandon. I'll go to Mayor Alcock and then Councillor Cloutier.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. And Brandon basically said what I was what I was thinking of saying. I support this report absolutely, partially because I don't want to see more parking down there. Having said that, I hear what you're saying, Councillor Renwick. There are still issues. You know, people are doing things that probably whatever. So the way I interpreted when it talked about the developing a broader strategy was using information we currently have. We have the study that identifies other areas where people can park, and Councillor Cloutier, you made reference to that. So maybe, you know, looking at other options, and one of them might be putting funds away for a parking garage. But there are other things to look at and pulling it together and considering it in the 25 budget. I thought that was a pretty good approach, and it kind of got to, I couldn't support additional parking spots in Rivermill Park. So I support this.
Thank you, Worship. Councillor Cloutier.
So I didn't mean it in that sense that our town is a mall. But the simple solution, and I did mention it at a meeting probably about 6 or 8 months ago, if they're parked in a fire route, tow them. We can't be nice all the time here. I mean, they're in a fire route. If you're in any other town where they are, tow them. It's as simple as that. They get towed, they get hit with the tow bill. Word travels fast. And if we have on our sign, if you park here, you're going to get towed. And it goes with the same along Darragh Way. If you're there towed, they're going to come back. But I mean, that's the only solution we have, is to bylaw, find them and tow them, and it will stop. Right now, that's the only tool we have to stop them parking in fire routes.
Thanks for that, Councillor Cloutier. I noticed in the report that in 2020 we wrote 152 tickets, and they're not broken down by season or anything, but I think we should get that parking ambassador back. As compared to 58 or 65 or 41 in previous years. But I think the messaging needs to be clear that people who are parking there like that are putting people at risk if we can't get emergency vehicles down there. So I fully agree with the regimen where we should be towing vehicles down there illegally parked. Happens everywhere else. Why shouldn't it happen here? I'm going to go to Councillor Renwick next. Oh,
Thank you,
Councillor
Chair.
Morrison, then Deputy Mayor Armour.
You actually brought up a point that I wanted to bring up about the number of infractions has actually gone down since that. But and I'm not going to continue on with that question right now or that comment. We'll talk later. Yeah.
I wonder if that's enforcement, or is it occurring as much? Councillor Morrison.
I would think it's probably not behavior, but who knows. I concur with a lot of the comments. I think I would like to see a parking strategy, because as long as I've been a business owner in this town, I think it's come up every year. You guys must have dealt with it every term and extensively. And I think it's time we get a real strategy. And I think of, for instance, I'm with Councillor Cloutier, and I'm one of those people. I have no problem parking at the way end of Vaughan Mills to go and get something at Pro Hockey Life. But I want to park right in front of a little place when I want to go have lunch, you know? So and it is behavior. It is something that we need to get people's head around to realize there is parking nearby. I could park at the curling club and walk to a little place, no problem. I could probably use it. But the reason I want the parking strategy is I'm not dead set against a few extra parking spots in Darragh Way because of the businesses that would benefit from it. 4 or 5. I don't want to see us dig into irrigation and everything. But when we do a strategy, there's a lot of ideas that will come up, like the parking garage, which I'm in favor of exploring that. Steve Alcock, who sat on our community services committee, had a great idea when we closed down that part of the road by the swing bridge, coming in by the door and around past Cottage Rentals could be a one-way street, and we could gain 15 or 20 parking spots one street over from downtown. Like there are a lot of opportunities for us to expand parking, but it does need to be looked at with a critical eye. It needs to be discussion around this table and mainly with staff. So I'm in favor of having a strategy. I don't want to pay an expensive consultant, but I think a strategy is worthwhile considering.
Thanks for that, Councillor Morrison. I apologize if I overlooked your hand going up, Deputy Mayor Armour. You're in my blind spot there.
That's fine. That's fine there, Councillor Fitzgerald. It's just that we do have a motion that you didn't read at the beginning. And that motion there basically just says that the parking strategy for the downtown core be included in the draft 2025 operating budget for consideration, which could be a parking garage. So the motion actually addresses everything we've been talking about. So I think if you read the motion, we might get it all hands up.
I did read the motion. I read the motion.
Read it again.
Would anyone like to hear the motion again? Again? Moved by Nancy Alcock, seconded by Dan Armour. Whereas Resolution GC 150-23 directed staff to revisit parking along Darragh Way. And whereas staff have reviewed possible options for expanding parking, which would result in impeding emergency service access. And whereas the town newly adopted strategic plan outlines the need to develop a parking strategy for the downtown core. Now, therefore, it is recommended that a parking strategy for the downtown core be included in the draft 2025 operating budget for consideration, and further that parking to remain as status quo until the completion of the parking strategy. And I won't read it a third time. Any further comments or questions? I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, everyone. Brandon, we get to have the pleasure of another report from you. And I'll read this motion. Everybody pay attention. Moved by Bob Stone, seconded by Monty Cloutier. It is recommended the committee approve maintenance option number 2 as outlined in Report Ops 2024-8 with a budget of $58,000 as follows. Fill all the potholes, level out the depressions, and apply a 20-millimeter asphalt skim coat the full length and width of the road. And further that the $58,000 be funded from the road's capital reserve. And further that the maintenance be completed in spring of 2024 once half-load limits have been lifted. Brandon.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. Since we were directed to look at some maintenance costs for Kitchen Road South, staff went out, did an investigation on the road. As you can see in the report, there's multiple deficiencies that we could see. So what we did then is try to come up with some options for maintenance. So you'll see in your report, option 1 was gravel at a cost of $15,000. So that is essentially turning that section of road back to gravel, stabilizing it, and grading it. Option 2, we did reach out to some contractors to see what would best fit the existing condition of that road, and to fill in the depressions and the potholes, and put a 20 mil overlay on that will help bind that road together and support the local traffic on that road for at least 2 years, we believe. And that was a cost of $58,000. The third option was to fully reconstruct that road, which is currently not in the budget for this year, and it's got a price tag of close to $1 million. With that said, in the coming years, that will have to be budgeted for a road reconstruction, regardless of when that development further south on that hill happens to go. And when that works out, we'll deal with that at the time. So with that, once you come up with some maintenance ideas, the next step for us was to look at how do we fund this. And one important factor I do want to point out that is in the report is that we currently have around $137,000 to deal with 285 kilometers of road. So that is what is currently in our maintenance budget for our maintenance staff to deal with high float and asphalt roads as far as surface deficiencies. So in context, that's leaving us with around $473 per kilometer. So I do want to point out that I do feel staff is doing the best that they can with the budget that they have where we are with this stuff, and we'll continue to do that. But I thought it was just important to point out. So we are requesting to do this under the 2024 construction season through funding through the reserves. So happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Brandon. And I saw Councillor Cloutier's hand go up first, and then I'll go to Mayor Alcock.
Good report. Lots of work done on this one, Brandon. What are the ramifications for the people that live there if we turn that back to gravel?
Through you, Chair Fitzgerald.
Not putting you on the spot.
I don't think there's any ramifications. They just might experience a bit of dust. But again, if we do turn a road back to gravel, that maintenance task changes from high flow to gravel. So when you maintain a gravel road, you grade it every so often. There's still the minimum maintenance standards we follow. you may have to add 2 applications of dust suppressant, possibly even 3 because it's in the urban area. One thing to point out with that is turning a road back to gravel and a change in level of service. You are committed. It's not that it stays as gravel forever, but you are committed that that is the first step in achieving and maintaining that service level of a high floater asphalt road. So it just the hard top may come a year after. But the way I look at it is that you're committed if you do turn it back to gravel. You need to buy yourself that time till you can financially go and put that hard top on. So on a gravel road, like anybody can experience, you will experience some potholes, but we grade it. We add the dust suppressant, so really that's what you'll experience.
So if we go to asphalt, then as in your option, your recommendation, we can take our troops and let them spend money and time elsewhere on maintaining other roads.
So
Is that the way you feel?
through you, Chair Fitzgerald. So so this is kind of more of like an enhanced level of maintenance on this road, just to get it to, its reconstruction stage. Once we lay the asphalt to it, the maintenance should go down, as far as potholes. Just filling it with cold mix and the deterioration of the existing condition of the road it's not sticking, it's not staying. By doing this enhanced level, it should reduce the amount of times that we have to go and fill these potholes, for the time being for the next 2 years.
Thank you.
All right, it was Mayor Alcock next, then I'll go to Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. And Brandon, thank you very much. It was a great report. And as you know, I've been kind of interested in this one. And I really support your recommendation. I appreciate what Councillor Cloutier was asking about the gravel, but I think that at one point, this particular road was on our capital plan, and then it came off because the development, no development, whatever. So I think it would be a real step backwards if we said, okay, it's going to be gravel only. And this is an affordable option. And for all of the reasons you stated in your report, I think it's the best option, and I really appreciate it. I absolutely support it. Thank you.
Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. Brandon, to you, is this similar to Falcon Road right now? Is it gravel right now? Like, just I'm looking at I've been on that road quite a bit, and just the condition of it. Is that the kind of condition that Kitchen Road will be in if we put it to gravel?
Through you, Chair Fitzgerald. So Falcon Road is actually newly high floated.
Okay.
Based on the traffic volume, it packs it down and then we slurry seal it so it looks like asphalt, but it's a hard topped road once it's done and set.
Okay.
So it might seem like it's gravel with a bit of dust. That's just the class of stone that's on the surface, and it does kick off. And it will be getting slurry sealed this year as well. So.
Okay. So just to thank you. I just needed to know what it kind of looked like, but I would agree with what the mayor just said, that I would prefer to have the asphalt, even though you're saying 1 to 3 years that it would be permanent. Do they typically last just 1 year, or are we closer to 3 years once you put asphalt?
Through you, Chair Fitzgerald. So the 20 mil overlay is more of a substandard type overlay. When we do a lift of asphalt, it's 40 millimeters or 50 millimeters, base course or surface course. So understanding that the full condition of the road, so filling the potholes and putting this 20 mil overlay is going to help bind the road together. It's too far deteriorated that, it's too loose. So this is just going to bind it together. If you were to go and put a 40 mil overlay, it's still going to do the same thing because technically underneath the road is still moving. So this is our best course of action, knowing that we need to, staff have to amend the 5-year capital plan and incorporate this road.
Thanks, Brandon. Any further questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair. Quick question. Did we ever do a traffic study on that road at all over the last few years?
Through your Chair Fitzgerald. So through the development, they were to do traffic studies.
Okay. Second part of that question then is, I see that, I'm fine with option 2 also, because I've had lots of calls about that road, but you last 1 to 3 years. Could you push that just to 3 years for me?
Brandon, you don't have to respond to that. I guess no further questions or comments. Very surprising to me the amount of money we have left over for budgeted kilometer for maintenance, and that is just hardtop roads. That's no other considerations, whether it be shoulders or ditching or or brushing or anything like that, just strictly asphalt and road maintenance.
Through you, Chair Fitzgerald. So what's in the report specifically speaks to surface deficiencies. So either filling potholes or doing some minor road-based repairs. And you'll see that that's laid out there. The ditching and the brushing is still covered under maintenance. There is budget line items for that, but specifically to deal with the deficiencies that are present, that's what we're looking at.
Wow, tough number to work with. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. And through you, because I know Dan mentioned he's gotten calls, that's a road I get a lot of calls on too. Because we're going to get asked this question, what is the plan? And the residents on that road have been very patient, and I think they've understood your reasoning, Brandon, and your reasoning is that there's going to be a major development down that road. How long do we wait if that development isn't happening to do a proper, because ideally we'd like it to happen in conjunction, but what's the timeline that you think is reasonable if the development doesn't go forward, that we do the road anyway?
Through you, Chair Fitzgerald. So we're looking at reconstructing that road within 1 to 3 years. So we're going to do the max that we can with the maintenance and investment that happens to come out of this meeting today. We will continue those conversations with the developer as to when this might happen, but it wouldn't be any later than 3 years. So just based on the condition, we'll have to address that.
Thanks for that, Brandon. Okay. Everyone heard the motion? All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, Brandon. I think Brandon has one more report for information only. And it's 7.33 Ops MTO discussion topics update for information only. Brandon.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. This one's just to bring to your attention, based on the meetings operations staff have been having with the MTO and their liaisons, and hearing around the council table some of the concerns and developers, their concerns with the ministry. So we've had 3 of them now. They've been a great meetings. We've kind of established an agenda. You'll see in your report lists 1 to 7. And what we can do is I'll just touch base quickly on all 7 of them. And again, you know, at the end of this, if there's anything, please feel free to reach out. If there's anything else that you see that should be added to the agenda, we do continue to want to have these meetings with them monthly. I do have another one scheduled for tomorrow. So we'll start with the pedestrian trail and the MTO property. So we've been in talks with them about finding a permanent solution, which is also a council directive. So they're definitely on board with coming up with that. We've sent the emails to their corridor and their property management division. And they're going to be letting us know at our next meeting what our next steps are. Should that be the town of Huntsville has to get a site plan, get it surveyed, reach out to any other agencies that they require to put it there, what type of license that's required for that. So we've completed the formal request and we're just waiting to get that information back. But it is moving forward and we're just one step closer to achieving that permanent solution. Another one that I heard from previous meetings was future sidewalks along Highway 60. So good news is that it can happen. They have informed us in writing that they have done this with multiple municipalities before. So entertaining that fact is good news. How that looks at this point is still same type as option 2, or sorry, as bullet point number 1. We're just waiting to hear back what that option would look like and what the roles and responsibilities would be for the municipality. So next steps on that is we need to have a pre-consultation with the district, with the Ministry of Transportation. And after completion of the pre-consultation, we'll bring back a report because it may be required that we have to spend some funds in order to carry this forward. So we would be looking for direction to move forward should that be the wish of council. Number 3, I think is a big one everyone's been waiting for, is the status of the MTO operational review. They have informed us that their consultant is almost 90% done that review. That review will be going to the ministry internal for their review, provide any comments back, and we are looking about July. We should have a final version of that review, And I have asked the ministry that they come and present that to this council, and they're very happy to do so. So we should exceed that in July, as well as the traffic management plan, which is number 4. That does fall into the operational review. They have linked those two together, and that's another one about Highway 60 and it's Hurls Road, Haynes Road, those intersections further down. So that's all going to be part of the broad horizon of what they're going to talk about when they come and present on their operational review. One other things we've had talks about is succession planning and future growth and where the municipality may see themselves in X amount of years. Where does the operational department see themselves as far as response times to and where? And right now our operational department is kind of central within Huntsville, but as you've got growth and then you've got higher demands, higher service levels, you end up with response times, same as our fire department. So it's, when you get growth, it's harder to get to point A and point B as quick as possible. So does that mean you look at hub offices? Does that mean you multiple locations for fire departments or multiple locations for stuff like that? So it was to have a general brief discussion with the ministry, and we talked about what lands that they may have within the Huntsville area that could be of consideration. So currently right now they don't have anything off the top of their head. However, if there is a chunk of ministry land that the town would be interested in for future growth, that we to contact them and we can run that through the channels. So it's just something that's in the back of our head as we move forward. So it doesn't hurt to have those discussions. Number 6 is Shea Road. So Shea Road between Sabrina Park and the new Shea Road is currently not under the ownership of the municipality. It is owned by the MTO. So as part of we also have another scheduled meeting next week to deal with Shea Road and what that looks like, who is going to take ownership of it, who is going to fix that road, and what that looks like. So after that meeting, we should be coming back with the report as to how we may want to proceed with Shea Road. Does the municipality want to own it? What does that look like, and what kind of state does the ministry give it to us in? Right now, we are kind of, any complaint with the road, we are kind of funneling that back to the ministry at this point. We have not stopped maintenance on the road. By all means, we still plow it. We do all of that. But from behind the scenes, we are trying to figure out what this looks like for the municipality, what does it look like for the ministry, and what can we do with it? So just to bring to your attention. And another one that's been on our list is the Rowanwood Road Bridge. It's the first bridge you come off of Highway 11. Years ago, some of those residents were bought out by the ministry. There was talks of closing that intersection. And what does that do to that bridge itself that is currently under our asset? So the discussion that was had is we have OSIM inspection reports for our bridges. They're telling us that it needs a bit of maintenance work, but how much do we invest into that if the ministry is just going to go and close the road? So the information that we got back from them is currently there is no plan to close it in the next 1 to 10 years. So that was enough direction for staff to go and say, okay, so we need to now put Rowanwood Road back into that near future plan for our structures. So other than that, that's where we're at. That's just a high level overview of our current discussions, and we're going to continue to have them. And again, please reach out if there's any agenda items you might like to see, and we're happy to report back on the progress of them all.
Thanks for that, Brandon. The hands went up in a flurry. So I'll go to Councillor Stone first.
Thank you very much for this. This is wonderful. I've got lots of calls on many of these items. So please, as you make progress on any of these items, love to hear it. And we can convey that to the constituents as well. And thinking about Shea Road, I didn't know they owned that. And that's very interesting to me. but I love that you're having discussions, and maybe part of those discussions would be, we'll take Shea Road, you put sidewalks on 60, or whatever it might be. But anyways, at least the dialogue's happening, and please bring back the information as it changes. Thank you.
Mayor Alcock next. Did you?
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald and Brandon. It was so great. Like Councillor Stone, I felt it was really great getting this update. Very quickly, and I can hardly wait for July to hear the operational review. I'm assuming that would also deal with the issue around traffic impact studies in the area, arm's length away from Highway 60, because that was part of a discussion at one point that they were asking for specific, you need a traffic impact study and whatever. I'm assuming that the operational review might include that or not.
Through you, Chair Fitzgerald. That's correct. So the operational review has Part A, Part B. And Part B is the traffic impact studies within the local
Right. Okay.
intersections within the town of Huntsville.
Okay, that's great. And if I may, just one follow-up on the Shea Road. I know that the developer of Paisley and that whole subdivision has also been involved in discussions with MTO around Shea Road. So does he participate in your discussions, or are they entirely separate?
Through you, Chair Fitzgerald. So I have had talks with that developer, but I have also had talks with the ministry separately about these applications are on the
Right.
table. The new connection for the new Shea Road, we had to go through the ministry, and there was a little bit of back and forth. So it's kind of what started a lot of these conversations, understanding that developer still has another road that's going to be punched through that's going to connect to Shea Road.
Right.
So to start those discussions and how that's all going to look. So we are working together. Have we met all at the same table? No. These meetings have just been a way of Zoom. However, we can definitely entertain that, reach out to the developer. Right now, it's just an agenda of what's on the town's plate, but definitely happy to reach out and see if they want to add that.
And I'm not suggesting you have to do that, but it might actually make some sense at some point so that we both know who we're talking about, and he might be working over here, you might be doing this, and at some point that crossover might be useful for both, for everybody, right?
Yeah, just through you, Chair, they also do have pre-consultation processes and stuff like that with the ministry, so I don't want to overstep those boundaries by
Right.
bringing in a developer when
Gotcha.
there's that process, but
Yep.
it's definitely, we can add it to the agenda and see what that looks like if we were to bring one in with the ministry.
Great, and again, I'll echo how great it was to get this report. Thank you.
Councillor Cluche.
Thanks, Brandon. Question of the hour, and we're all gonna, we've already had it, but questions put to us. The new development on 60, not Golden Pheasant, which just past the, what is it? Yeah, the big apartments that are going in there now. I know they'll probably say it in the report, but are there lights going in there sooner than later that you know of? Yes, very, sorry.
Through you, Chair, I'm not aware of any lights going in there. We may see something like that through their operational review and traffic, but definitely I'll make note of that and ask that question at our next meeting.
Okay, because it's a question that gets asked about. Thank you.
Councillor Renwick.
Thank you. I did have a quick question, Chair Fitzgerald. And through you to Brandon, are there any other roads in our community that are owned by the ministry? This was news for me to hear that Shea Road was owned by the ministry.
Through you, Chair, I'm not aware of any other roads. I was kind of in the same boat as well, just understanding that this wasn't fully in our ownership. Generally, that kind of gets kind of foggy when we're all subject to the ministry when we're in their permit control area. It seems like we don't own anything. But this relationship that we are establishing is helping us better understand what they're looking for. But I'm not aware of any other roads at this point. But we can definitely have that on the agenda too, and that's the benefit of having these meetings. Is Jacqueline Little, who we're working with the ministry, she's been phenomenal, and she's been able to have answers back at each monthly meeting. So that's been huge on our part. It's not, we'll get back to you in 3 or 4 months. So we can definitely bring back another update with answers to these questions.
Thanks, Brandon. Brandon, I had one question regarding item number 7, Rowanwood Road intersection. So I know the ultimate goal is to close all the at-grade cross access. So we certainly don't have enough overpasses now to make it equitable for emergency services to do all these things. So what kind of plan do we have in place for service corridors or roads to access all these concessions where things are going to be closed down?
So through you, Chair, great question. So some of the discussions that we had is that would be the ministry. So for instance, Stevenson Road 8 would connect to Orr Road if that bridge were to be closed. That would also be funded and constructed by the Ministry of Transportation for closing that access. I haven't been privy to see any other future ones. We'll definitely start that process to see what's on their plate. I do remember when I first joined the team here 14 years ago, it was discussed that it was going to close then.
Yeah.
And things just like, I think I still have the original drawings on my desk somewhere, but they just keep kind of getting pushed, and I don't know what those timeframes look for those intersections or anything, but we can definitely look at that. Yeah.
Yeah. So the costs incurred for service roads and joining roads would be an MTO incurred expense.
Through you, Chair, my understanding is from just discussions on Rowanwood Road is that the ministry's not just going to close it and hightail out of here.
Yeah, I'm just looking at our future and whether we need to prepare ourselves for it or not. So thanks for that. Any further questions or comments? Thanks for that report, Brandon. Good work. And it seems like we've established a reasonable working relationship with the MTO, which is nice to see. In previous history, that hasn't really occurred. So thanks for all your efforts there. And I will return the chair to Mayor Alcock.
Okay, thank you, everybody, for that. Now, I know we only have one item left, which is the new business and the reports from deputations, but we think that the meals might be here. So can we break till 1 o'clock, grab the food, and then we'll finish off the meeting at 1, okay? Okay, welcome back, everybody. Just back from a lunch break. And we are moving right to new business, and we have 4 items under new business, and all with respect to the deputations we heard earlier today. So the way I'd like to start this is just start by Huntsville Community Fund, the first deputation, and open it up to the floor. We do have proposed wording for a motion if council would like to enter. That was the fund from Linda Caro for community funding possibilities and having our own Huntsville Community Fund. On this one, would it be helpful if we put up a draft motion and then consider it? Okay, so apparently we have a draft and we can throw it up there. Sort of throw it up. And I think I need a seconder on this one. You're the mover, apparently, Councillor Fitzgerald. So I'm just going to assign a seconder. Councillor Renwick, okay. Okay. It has been moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Renwick, whereas the Muskoka Community Foundation provided an overview to committee on the benefits of the establishment of a community foundation within a community. And whereas committee has a desire to investigate the potential of a community foundation, isn't it a fund? Or I think it's a foundation I think it's a community foundation fund in the town of Huntsville that would be contained within the community foundation. I think that's it. Now, therefore, it is recommended that staff be directed to investigate the feasibility of establishing a Huntsville Community Foundation Fund and report back to committee with their findings. And assuming in that I remember when we first met with Lynn, some of the comments are, and it came up today, which is how do we know that the fund that is attached to Huntsville is being spent in the direction that we're interested in? We can provide the criteria that the granting committee would use, as well as we would have some direct involvement, as she said. So if it's, for example, community health and wellness, community housing, community food security, whatever it is we decide, we can direct. So I think that's really helpful. All right, so any other comments around that? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries, just like that. Cool. Okay, the second one, do we have draft wording for the scoreboard at Conroy Park? We do. Why don't we put that up? And again, there might be more discussion around this. Yes, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair Alcock. I believe he said it was 16,000 at the end of the day or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
This, correct, or less. So this is 17, all right. And I think this is a perfect opportunity, and I believe it falls directly in line with our MAT tax. And we should be able to reach into that and use it, because I think it says for capital investments in sport fields, et cetera.
It does reference sport, doesn't it? It does. Okay. Shall I read this and then we can have the discussion? So moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald, whereas on March 27th, 2024, committee received a deputation from Ross Clark, Huntsville High School regarding installation of a scoreboard at Conroy Park. And whereas the scoreboard project was denied in the 2024 budget process. And whereas staff are completing a process to receive community requests for the 2025 budget process. Now, therefore, it is recommended that staff work with Ross Clark and the Huntsville High School for a submission under the new community requests for 2025 budget considerations. Okay, that's just a draft what we have right now. Okay, I think I'm going to Councillor Morrison and then followed by Councillor. Oh no, I think yes, starting with you, but I think Councillor Cloutier was earlier. So after you, I'm going to Councillor Cloutier and then to Councillor Renwick.
I had to watch his team beat my team in person on Sunday, so he owes me one. Yeah, so I will say I very much want to see this happen. It's one of those projects that touches a lot of user groups. It's a jewel of our assets, if you will. So saying that, I don't want to go full bore because we have to keep in mind, I'll put on my Councillor Clark hat here because he's not here. And I'll say that this wasn't allocated in the 2024 budget. And there was good reason because when we passed that budget, there was a lot of pressures and we didn't approve a lot of user groups. Now, we do know now that what we were presented with and what the reality is are two different things. But when you do a budget, it's not just financial, it's staff time too, right? So I think we have to look at the fact that we gave staff a budget of where the money will be spent, where their time will be spent. And I don't know if the staff would have time to add this to their project. So I think we have to be sensitive to that. But I think if staff can make this happen in this year, the first thing I want to do is make sure that Ross can move forward with permission that we want the scoreboard there at the very least. I think that should be done at the very least. And based on his discussions, it sounds like it'll be 16,800 at the most. Like he still wants to get, so he still wants to get more corporate support, but there's a lot of moving parts. Like with our naming policy now, is that fall under that, or is it more like the Otters doing the board advertising? So it's not as simple as us right now just saying, yes, go ahead. So I just want to be cautious as to, I know Tina would probably just say, hey, I can do this. Meanwhile, she has 45 other things to do every day, right? So I want to get approval going, but I want to be cognizant of staff time and our budget. I'm not opposed to the mat tax as long as we got to be careful how much we pull out of mat tax because we're talking about a lot of stuff right now, but I think that's probably the most appropriate place for it to come, seeing how it wasn't budgeted. So that's my...
Okay, thank you for that. And I'm going to circle back in a minute just to figure out what that motion looks like. The sort of part one, part two. I'm not quite sure. And maybe I'll seek some other advice how that might look. So no worries, Tina. I'm just, you happen to be sitting there by yourself. So, I'm of course going to look your way. Councillor Clucci.
Through you. Thank you. During our quiet time, Simone checked into the agreement with the Otters for the sponsorship signage, and it doesn't cover Conroy Park. So, and the Otters would not be in any play in this, would definitely, even if they were. Also, which end of the field is it going at? And if it's going at the south end, I would say, there is an easement there. For that, there was a easement running through there. So that's something that's got to be looked at. And I would just wonder if it's going in there, we're putting some money into the sign. We have our name on the sign also. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, I think I was going to Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I just want to echo what Councillor Morrison said in regard to understanding that staff are very busy, but I think there are two components to this, that we want to get it approved so that they can start, like Ross can start asking for sponsorship, but also there was the portion of just getting the base of it in, correct? And could that happen in this year versus then we budget the rest of it for next year? So I'm not sure how that works, and maybe that's what we'll look at with the motion. Yep.
I think you're exactly right. I think there are two parts. One is the first, which is we approve in principle. Or I don't know if in principle is enough, but we approve. But then you're saying, what do we approve? And then the second part, it sounds like there's more work to be done, but things like the sponsorship, it does require staff time just to put it in place, how it's going to work. But I'm not the wordsmith on this one. This has some moving parts, and so I don't know if we give staff 5 minutes or whatever and come back to yes. Jessica is saying yes. And before I go to you, Councillor Fitzgerald, no, CAO Corey.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I think it's really important to note that this did come forward in the 24 budget process. At that time, the amount was roughly 76,000, I think, and staff or sorry, 91,000. Yeah. But sorry, on the invoice that was presented, it was 76,000, and when it was presented to council, it was 91. Keeping in mind that quote was June of 23, and staff expected it not to actually come to fruition until spring or early summer of 24. So the variance in the price that was provided to council was strictly just, we've seen the costs and they seem to be escalating all the time. So it was a little bit cautious that that amount was presented. Having said that, we didn't know at the time that this other funding was coming forward. So I think it's just important for council to know that we only presented the information that we were aware of at the time, and we are trying to be cautious about the cost of projects. So I think that was important to note, Your Worship.
And I just from my perspective, I appreciate hearing that. And the way I'm looking at this, that was then, this is now. And it looks like, you know, there are options and a way to move forward. And it seems like a tremendous opportunity. Probably we don't want to miss it. But it's just figuring out how we move forward. Also bearing in mind, a bit to your comments, that we parked this in 24. We didn't deal with it. And if Corey was here, he'd say, and I'm not doing anything until 25. So bearing all of that in mind, I think we can come up with a resolution that somehow moves us forward and also takes into account the next cycle, right? Deputy Mayor Armour. Oh, Helena, no, sorry. Councillor Fitzgerald, then Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wondered if we wanted to ask our manager if she had any input about this and the timing and how she feels about it going in.
I absolutely could do that. I don't want to put her on the spot.
Do you
But
have any comments or information you want to add?
would you like to come up and Sure, we'd love that.
I'm never nervous.
No.
Through you, Chair. So as you know, you've all passed the budget for 2024. There is a lot of projects for the cemeteries and parks this year. We have a lot going on. I do see a lot of user groups coming forward with a lot of ask. And by all means, with the directors, we don't have problems working with the user groups. And with Ross coming forward, I can see Conroy has a lot coming from the G8 and ask for there. I think for myself, I need to look through the history of what was Conroy. I do have to apologize. I don't know the background of Conroy. There is history, and we need to see where the high school wants to put some of their stuff and what's going to happen later on down the road. I would hate to just put a scoreboard somewhere and then turns out they were supposed to be running long jump there. So there's some history that needs to go with it. It's something that I just can't learn tomorrow. So by all means, I don't have a problem seeing with this working in the 2025 budget, personally.
Okay. And Tina, I don't know if you were here for well, you were, but maybe we were sort of blue skying as we often do without thinking about all the consequences. So the idea of a two-part motion, because when Ross was here, he talked about, at the very least, we need permission to do more exploration with sponsors and that sort of thing. Does that, if we, let's say, as council said, well, let's approve that Part A to give them permission, does that put extra pressure on you and your department? Part A.
Yeah.
You have to be honest.
Yeah. So I don't mind looking into it, but again, like I already have a lot of projects on hands at the moment trying to get ready for this spring. There's a lot of capital projects, especially in the Parks Department, especially in Port Sydney and Utterson and Conroy Park itself. So there is a lot going on. And again, it will take me time, especially with everything going on with our computer systems, is trying to find the history of Conroy. So I don't want to jump on and say, yeah, let's start digging a hole. I need to know myself so we can bring forward of the history of Conroy.
I'll let CAO Corey jump in and then followed by.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. I appreciate that. So as committee's aware, the direction that staff obtained from the 24 budget was to work with the user groups to come up with a process that we can start either assisting them with getting the items that they requested, or at least providing them support that they can put it forward in the next year's budget. With the chair's permission, I would ask for Director McKenzie to speak to the process that we have been working on, because as soon as that passed, we started to initiate a process. Having said that, if there was desire from committee to support in principle, that would give the ability for the presenters to at least continue to go out. If there's $16,000 less, maybe another organization that uses the field can contribute toward that. Maybe after they do their field work, they may be able to come back and say, we have it fully funded, which would be great for the community and great for the user group. So with your permission, I would like Director McKenzie to explain what we have done so far to try to help user groups, because I would assume that once the other user groups that had asks in the 24 budget see that this process has rolled out, that they will be requesting to come back as well. So I think it's probably great to hear what we're doing so far.
And for sure, we'll go to you, Director McKenzie. I do appreciate that comment, though, because you're also giving us a way to respond favorably by agreeing in principle. And I think that's important. But I also am very much aware that right or wrong, numbers changed. That's what we decided in 24. And, you know, we're almost April. It's not going to be that far before we start looking at the new budget again. So, Director McKenzie.
Thank you. So we don't have a formalized plan yet, but we have been just brainstorming that we want to have like a form of some sort that we can give out to user groups and ask for specific information. So we make sure we have all of the information and it's in one package, because I think that's what we heard last year, that it wasn't enough information and it was kind of back and forth. We're also through discussions with the chairs looking at maybe having them come in at a June meeting and having everybody come all at once. So that was one of the ideas that we talked about. And then in our budget policy, we've also committed that council has to have approved these to go into the draft budget by September of each year. So that is part of our new process. So we'll look at some timelines and that sort of thing, and then we'll get a communication out for that.
Thank you for that. Yes. CAO Corey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the one thing I think we also discussed was that part of the forum would include, have you reached out to other organizations? So for example, if you're the baseball league, have you looked at what you can contribute to the asset? Or if you're the soccer club, what can your soccer club contribute to the asset? That way the main users of those facilities, they have a hand in some of these asks. So that was something that we recommended, that it's not just coming for an ask, but maybe just a hand up. We can only get this far and we need you to help get us this far. So it's a partnership between the organization.
Yeah, no, that's great. Looking for collaboration. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, thank you for that. And Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Your Worship. And as Tina alluded to, I think Ross Clark did earlier in his presentation that he was still waiting for some things to be completed there. So I think there's still, the overall plan hasn't fully matured and been achieved yet. So I think that gives us ample opportunity to make sure we are getting it right. So I'm happy to support this moving forward in two parts.
So, yes, Councillor Morrison.
Just follow up. Yeah, I love the plan that Director McKenzie and CEO Corey are speaking of. I think that's great, because when we finally saw these user group asks, it was just numbers on a page. And even on the committee with Corey and I and Helena, it was just numbers on a page. And I do know from Ross that he did give some of this information to a former staff member, and it just never came to the table, right? So the fact that he had 20K in reserves and all this other stuff, it never made it to us. So having almost like a Dragon's Den type thing where people come in and we get the whole story will help us decide what money should be spent and where. And this one, I would fully support a motion along the lines of that we do approve this in principle with timelines, location, cost, everything else to be determined by staff in conjunction with the user group. Because I think staff, Tina needs to control when this gets done, and I would leave that at your absolute discretion. But something along those lines, that, because I think all of us would like to see this, but I'd like to be at staff discretion.
And what I like about that, it seems like a fairly straightforward motion. The way you've said it, that sounds good. Councillor Stone.
Thanks. so I support this as well, but I understand staff's time is limited. But because we own the facility, I think we need to manage the project, but make them do all the work. So because there's so many, so many people involved, for example, he mentioned having hydro. Approach them, get the funding. It's not easy. It takes a lot of time to approach hydro and get them to commit to something. So I think if as long as we're leading the project, but they have to, you go talk to hydro and make sure that they can do that, it might lighten our load and move the project forward.
I appreciate that comment. I think that even with the asking them to do it, but we're taking on the management, I would look at Tina, but my guess is it still requires work because you're still having to rally and, oh, you didn't do that and I thought you were going to, and then actually confirm that all of that, that would be my take on that. But all right, so, but I appreciate that, and we'll try and figure out how to say that kind of in the motion, sort of indirectly. Deputy Mayor Armour, sorry. Sorry.
That's all right, Your Worship. I just wanted, I think Ross come up with a couple things that are must-dos that he needs done in a short time frame. For example, hydro, Lakeline, right? So I don't know if Tina finds time in her calendar maybe just to sit down with him. What are your must-dos and what do you need today? That then we can move everything to 25 hours. There must be, like if he needs that permission to run the hydro line in, maybe that's one of the must-dos. But anyhow, I don't know if anybody agrees with that.
I think that's exactly right, actually, and that he was really clear on that. And if the task is really straightforward, maybe it is something that, okay, I'll meet with you on this and this, and as long as I can now park some of the other until we get to it, right? And the way I heard him, I think he would be happy with that, as long as he knew that there was agreement in principle around this table about the whole project, and that we agree that there are a couple of, as you say, must-dos, and then the rest, will take some time, right? Councillor Cloutier.
Yeah, as far as running the services to it, they have to have the location of the sign first. So we can't but I mean, if he gets the commitment from the hydro in writing, then he's got it. But as far as placement, nothing can be done until, and like I said, I don't know which end.
So-
Did anybody hear which end he's putting it at? Oh, it's on the far side by the rock. Okay, thank you. Oh, okay.
So you know what? I think Jessica's been typing here, and I'm kind of curious what she's come up with. I love putting Jessica on the spot, but for the most part, 99.9% of the time, she's bang on. So there we go. Are you ready, or am I putting you on the spot?
I would like the clerk
Okay.
to
It was good though.
Yeah, I like this. I think we can work with this and tweak it because I think to Dan's point, it's the must-haves and the critical parts. I think one of the most critical parts is he has a chance to get a scoreboard for $13,000 right now. And so if we don't move forward in earnest, then that might not happen, right? Because they're not going to hold on to it for him for 2 years. So I don't know how to word it. So it may or may not be in the 2025 budget, right? No, we don't know that yet. So I think we could probably take off that now therefore it is recommended, because working with staff, Tina and the directors might determine that it can't happen in 2024. So bring it for the 2025 budget considerations. I don't think we need, because the part in there now therefore means if we find out it can be done in say September, October, November, it's not an option because we've directed staff that it has to come to 2025.
So we could just remove that.
I think so.
Yes, because we have, and further that committee approved the installation of a scoreboard in Conroy Park in principle with timelines to be worked out with staff.
Yeah. And that still gives us control of when it happens. We might control that it goes to 2025.
Yeah, but how
But then
does
it's
but Tina is aware that we're under your timeline.
Mhm. Yeah. And
Right?
most likely there won't be a moment in a day where Tina's not bored, or that is bored. But there might be a time you're like, okay, now I actually can breathe. I can maybe do a little further work with this. But if we give direction that we're approving it, then Ross can probably lock in that Lakeland
Right.
sponsorship and get that scoreboard
Right.
purchased and move on.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're basically, just so I understand, the last clause, the new one, you're comfortable with.
perfect, yeah. I
And
like
then
it.
we remove the 25 consultation.
Yeah. And then it can be communicated very strongly to
Because
Ross.
that could be assumed as well, right? You know, it could be part of it.
That's
We'll
right.
see. All right. It
Yeah.
leaves more authority, leeway to you.
Mhm. And to make sure Ross is aware that it's still very likely might end up being in 2025. So there isn't
Right.
the expectation that, oh, it's approved and we're doing it next week. It'll be as soon as we can, given staff, timelines and stuff.
Okay, so I think Jessica just removed that one. Any other comments about the new motion? Yes, you may. Of course you may.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I understood. So, everyone was happy with all the other parts, save for the last paragraph. We can withdraw the motion entirely and start with a new one if that's.
No, let's not. I don't want to start with a new one. We have some wording. It's very good. And so I'd much rather do that personally. Okay, Councillor Morris.
I'll just finish. So I follow up. The only thing that isn't, by taking that one line out, the only thing that we're not discussing is budget. So I think if we put in the final part, timelines, location, to be determined in consultation with staff, there has to be something mentioned about where the money would come from if there's a shortfall of 16,000. So I don't know how, maybe Denise or Julia or somebody could speak to
Well,
how to
then
get that
we're
information.
looking at if you're saying that it's potentially something could happen in 24. Well, it's already, we've taken the line out, or no, the line, it was turned down in 24, has now been taken out. So then we're around this table having to decide, well, where is it going to come from? And there was reference earlier to, well, it could come from MAT tax, but then we're needing to give staff direction.
I think then it would be staff coming back. Like, I think it would be Tina, after all that consultation, saying, it's
If-
going to be done here. This is the shortfall based on my conversations. We need this much money, and then we determine it then.
Okay.
I just don't know if we have to discuss it now.
CAO Corey is going to help us with this one for sure.
I hope your worship, thank you. So I do believe I understand what committee is wanting to achieve. I think the key messages are council supports in principle the installation of a community scoreboard in Conroy Park.
Yep.
And further that, staff be directed to meet with the organization to identify the immediate details that need to be addressed and report back to committee with recommendations regarding the installation of the scoreboard. So what
That
you're
sounds
doing
great.
is you're saying, we agree in principle. Staff are going to have preliminary discussions to see what are the immediate needs. And the recommendation that comes back might be a phased-in approach, meaning some of it takes place in 25. I just. yeah, I'm
That
just-
sounds, and
I'll just-
Tina,
I just
your
sent it to you,
response?
and you're-
That
Sounds
sounds
great.
Sorry?
Sounds great.
That sounds great?
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll have
All
to
right.
tweak it though, Jessica.
That, I think that sounds exactly right from my perspective. Yes, Councillor Renwick, you've had your
Thank
hand
you,
up.
Worship. But does that address budget?
I think so. doesn't it? Because you're saying that you'll come back
You'll
with
come back.
So, yes,
recommendations?
yes.
Recommendations could certainly include, well,
Next year.
working with the applicant, we're shy 15, 16,000, or we're not, or, whatever. Oh, Tina, you're looking at the CAO, and the two of you are.
What did you just do?
Are you?
If I
Yeah.
may clarify, it's just to grant a bit more time for us to have further consultation with the group. Not committing anybody to really anything, just saying council's very interested in pursuing it.
And I would echo that, because the way I interpret that, it's saying, it's not directing you to go and get it all done. It's going and saying, council agrees with this in principle, but they've given me, direction to figure out the timelines on this and where you're getting your money for that and what needs to be done right away, so I know. And then I'm going to bring all of this back to council. Is that okay? It's not saying, and get her done, right? It's just, okay, all right.
Okay,
We're really
so,
close.
We do, based on the changes that we're making, we do need to withdraw the original motion, and we'll put another one up on the
So
screen.
do
Just
I need,
give
I
me-
need a motion to withdraw? Or what do we do? Just withdraw it?
With the mover and seconder's approval, you
Permission?
can just withdraw it up.
Okay,
Because this motion is no longer germane.
Okay, all right, so the mover was Councillor Morrison and the seconder was Councillor Fitzgerald. Are permission received? You don't even know what you're granting permission for.
For a new motion.
Okay, all right, and to withdraw the other one, that's the one, okay.
Because it's not germane.
It's not germane. I love that. I actually love learning things like this. I think this is terrific. Okay. As long as you're okay. Okay. We're almost there. We're really close. And the next one is. Is it that specific on the potential? Is it time? It doesn't matter. I think it's great. All right, so here is the, I'm going to start from the beginning. We have a motion moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald, whereas on March 27th, 2024, committee received a deputation from Ross Clark, Huntsville High School regarding installation of a scoreboard at Conroy Park, whereas the scoreboard project was denied in the 24 budget process. It is recommended that committee supports in principle the installation of a community scoreboard in Conroy Park. And further that staff be directed to meet with Ross Clark to identify the immediate details that need to be addressed and report back to committee with recommendations regarding the potential installation of the scoreboard. Okay, I'm not reading it again. So that was wild. Okay, so because the deputy mayor was listening, he has a comment. I'm just making that point. Because not anyone, everybody around the table was on their phone. Okay, let's go. All right. Deputy Mayor Armour.
I just want to make sure this is okay with the manager, that she'll be able to, there's no time frame on this, so.
Right.
You're all right to meet at your leisure when you can work in your schedule?
For sure, again, it's not a problem.
Good. I think the message has been really loud and clear on that one. Okay. This is it's your timeline, right? Okay. All right, I will call the question. All those in favor? we're carried. That was the end. Oh my God. That was bizarre. I have to say, I've never had that. I know you were paying attention. Were you, or were you on the phone too? No. Oh, seriously. Everybody was. I felt like something happened that I ought to be looking at my phone. Okay, all right, okay. All right, let's move on. Let's get through the last. We have two more items, and we could make this really fast. The bike race at Hidden Valley Bike Trails. Do we have a proposed motion that I can just quickly get to? I think there's a whole lot of support for that, and we just need to, on that one, get her done. Ooh, okay. I have a motion moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour, whereas the Huntsville Mountain Bike Association entered into an agreement with the Corporation of the Town of Huntsville with respect to the use and maintenance of mountain bike and hiking trails on lands owned by Hidden Valley Highlands Ski Area, Inc. Whereas the Huntsville Mountain Bike Association would like to co-host an event with the Ontario Enduro Series and Canadian Enduro League on July 13th, 2024, and whereas clause 4.1 of the agreement states that there shall be no special or organized events hosted by either party hereto on the lands, including without limitation races, tournaments, and or competitions without the express written consent of both the town and the club, such consent not to be unreasonably withheld. Now, therefore, it is recommended that committee approve the event to be co-hosted by the Huntsville Mountain Bike Association with Ontario Enduro Series and Canadian Enduro League on July 13th, 2024. Further, that Director of Financial Services and Director of Development Services be authorized to sign an agreement with the Mountain Bike Association with regards to this special event. That's pretty clear. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you for the work on that. That was great. So, oh, did you have a comment, Councillor Clutch?
Just one quick one. If Mr. Howe could be notified this afternoon because of the rush.
Absolutely. Okay. And Jessica just said you will. Someone will?
We do notify all the time.
And she's saying with a little offended, mind you, because we always notify right after, just saying. But they will for sure. Good point. They were under a time limit. A little offended. Okay, last one. Muskoka Good Food Cooperative Road Allowance. This might take a little more discussion, but we do have a proposed motion. Who knew this agenda was not that long today, and yet it's been it's a long one. Okay. It has been moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Renwick, whereas on March 27, 2024, committee received a deputation from Good Food Cooperative regarding the fees for the license of occupation for using a town road allowance for food growing containers. Now therefore, it is recommended that the fees for the license of occupation be waived for the remainder of the 2022 to 2026 council term. And further, that staff report back on the feasibility of the sale of the original road allowance abutting part of Lot 19, 36-37 RCP, designated as Part 1, 35R, 15949 plus Parts 14 and 18, 35R 16 405, former township of Chaffee, now in the town of Huntsville, municipally known as 2 Crescent Road. And just to add on that, the reason why that I think feasibility about the sale, there has been discussion with Mike Harrower's group that they would be willing to purchase the road allowance. So just saying that there is a willingness to do that so that this does go away in perpetuity. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. So this is passed for the next 2 years, so this won't come back to council until the next term.
It won't. It will last until the end of this term.
Okay.
And
So I'm not interested in selling that piece, that road allowance, because it accesses that whole bush in that area.
But this isn't selling it. It's just saying investigate and they can bring that back at some point as to but in the meantime, the fees will be waived until the end of term. Is that, okay. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And if they decide not to purchase, if Mike Harrow decides not to purchase that land, then they would come back again in 2 years and probably ask the same question.
They would come back in the next term of council.
The next term of
Because it
council.
will take, this will take us, so they'd come back, I guess we're in spring, so it'd be spring 27, right? Spring 27. Few new faces around the table, perhaps? Perhaps. And and I suspect there's a reason too that if we did decide, oh no, let's do it in perpetuity, it's not something that, you know, a new council could come in and say, well, that was, you know, we want to do something that's different. Is that the thinking, kind of? And it takes them another 3 years, basically. And I think that's appropriate. Are there any questions or comments with respect to that motion? I don't see any. All right, I'm calling the question. All those in favor? Look at that all the way around. Okay. And thank you for the wording on that, having that ready. That was brilliant. We do not have anything enclosed, nil, and we don't have any business arising from closed, as seeing we didn't have it closed. So therefore, I have one motion left. It has been moved by Councillor Cloutier, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that we do now adjourn at 1:46 p.m. All those in favor? And that carries the best motion for sure. Thank you, everybody. That was